With her shovel in hand, she roams the universe, exploring every land, no map, no reverse. Oh, dig a 420, curious Canuck. Answers on your mind, never getting stuck. Riding waves of stars through the cosmic sea, finding who we are in the galaxy. She's got questions to ask and a fire that won't die, unraveling each task under the sky. Oh, dig a 420, curious Canuck. Answers on your mind, never getting stuck. Riding waves of stars through the cosmic sea, finding who we are in the galaxy. She's got questions to ask and a fire that won't die, unraveling each task under the sky. Oh, dig a 420, curious Canuck. Answers on your mind, never getting stuck.
Because, you know. Good morning, everyone. Having a bit of a panic. Nothing major. I just cannot for the life of me figure out where we left off. I've been reading it in this program, and it usually just opens right up where I stopped. But I can't find it. From what I understand, I did go back and watch the end of the last episode. And I think we were supposed to just be starting a new thing where he's talking about the different quotes that have kind of come up in his life. But I can't find that here. See, okay, I know we've done that. Preparing for emergencies by building your community. I know we've read that, but I cannot for the life of me find the quote bits. And I'm having a little bit of frustration here. Let me get this bit first. So get that put up there. That everything is all set up weird today too. That is better. And yeah, it's like someone came in and pushed all sorts of little buttons. Apparently my connection is fairly good. I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm hardwired. I'm as close and as hardwired in as I can. So great. Hopefully it's working. Because I'm getting a little blinky warning sign from StreamYard saying that it's not necessarily the best. It really wants me to get off my Wi-Fi and hardwire in, but I'm already hardwired in, so it's not really I can do to it. Great, lovely. Yeah, I was only late by like a minute because I'm frantically paging through this book trying to figure out where we are. Oh my goodness. I'm sure we talked about the homeschooling, the hardback encyclopedias. We've done all that. Yes. The Edge of the Abyss. But where's all the quotes for 5 6s? Hello, Brian. I'm not late. I'm perfectly imperfect. Something like that. Hello, Fallen. Cool Frog. Good to see you. For those of you, well, I'll let you guys roll in a little bit more. There isn't a Johnny stream at the moment. There will be. It's just going to be late. Because he had to leave the house and get some stuff IRL done last minute. So he will be here, but he will be late. Okay, looking into this precipice. That's the edge of the abyss. So did we do that? And I just didn't. Hello, MSO. Hello, Neurodivergent One. See, I really don't remember doing this bit. And I know we're not on the golden path. Oh my goodness, my guys, I am so sorry. I don't know why it didn't just open up to where I'd left. I stopped writing down what page I'd stopped on because it always opened up to where it was supposed to be. But I'm not seeing any quotes. And that's what we were meant to be doing next, is starting up on the quotes. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm going through my copy hoping that I can find it, but I'm not being successful. Those are suggested books. Those are not. Hi, P. How you doing, buddy? Those are not quotes, though. We were supposed to be doing quotes today. I remember reading it and talking about it and not wanting to go because we were just about to start. Okay. Johnny had an accident milking a gorilla. He needed to go to PetSmart for antibiotics and then shower. It was a pretty big mess. Gotcha. That's not the story he told me. He told me he had to go out and sell his DJ equipment, but he could only go and see the guy at like now or at one other time that was not going to work at all. Something like that. Either which way. So he had to go now, and he will be back shortly. But if in reality he was just telling me he was selling his DJ equipment so that I wouldn't know about the accident milking a gorilla, I can kind of understand that. So either way, whether he had a milking accident or he's just selling his DJ equipment, either way, he will be back. It's just going to be a bit of a late start to the show. That's all. And in the meantime, you guys can watch me as I scramble going, I swear, we were supposed to be starting reading quotes, a collection of quotes. And instead, I'm not finding Part 4, The Edge of the Abyss. Hello, Kink Master Jefferson. Good to meet you. Milking a bull is a tough job when you have MS. You think milking a bull is tough? You should see him trying to milk the gorillas. It's a wild. I keep telling him we should live stream it because we'd make a shit ton of money, but he's a little embarrassed. He doesn't like to share that part of his life with us. He really does love his gorillas. All right. So I'm going to, you can hear a gay lisp in my voice? No. I'm a pot smoker. It's not gay at all. Maybe I've got a bit of dry mouth that's picking out. Perhaps that is better. I'm I'm not lispy. I'm concerned about where I'm supposed to start reading. Oh goodness. 182. Did we read The Edge of the Abyss? Am I really that? Oh goodness. See, I am sure I didn't. I know. Anyone that was here last week, did I show you the pyramid with a bunch of arrows pointing at the pyramid? I don't think I did, which means I didn't read this part. So I'm not sure. Goodness me. That's what I get for relying on the tech to just keep doing what it's supposed to do, right? Scroll in, scroll in, scroll in. Keep that mouse a scrolling. Did we hear about Merlin and Arthur talking about the dragon? Dream? Golden Path? Ah! I hate this. um What are you doing with you? Here we go. Oh, good. I found it. I found it. I just had to keep rolling and scrolling. A little easier milking an ape, some smooth jazz, and they'll relax. Okay, I'll pass that along to him. Steve Gosney says, "You did. I did do that. I'm on the great quotes part, and so it did leave me. It left me behind, not ahead of where I ended last time. We found it. Thank goodness. Well, there we go. That took like just a few minutes." But I found it. Thank you, Steve. I did show that picture. I didn't remember showing it, and that's what was throwing me. I am at the great quotes, and that's what I thought. I'm at the great quotes part, but I couldn't find that bit. But there it is. So, whew. What idiot is shooting arrows at a pyramid? Well, it's a fictional pyramid, Fallen. And they're kind of fictional arrows too, to be fair. You can go back and listen to last week's if you missed it. AP wasn't here, but he'll say no as a guest. Not sure it helps. Well, it didn't help because you're agreeing with me, and I was wrong. So, but thank you for agreeing with me, anyways. You added the great quotes, which is why I couldn't figure out looking at my first edition. Thank you. All right. Hello, Squabby. How you doing? I did yesterday on Bill Coop. Dragons are real. My 1770 encyclopedia says so. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll go with that. The Dragon, the Dream, the Golden Path. Yes, we did do that bit. Hello, Fondant. How you doing? Neurodivergent one saying Gosney should come hang out on Rumble. I don't know. I think Gosney's you're usually working and just listening as you work. So he might not be there because he's not able to chat over much. I don't know. But Brian is agreeing. Dragons are real. Dragging my balls across broken glass. Ow. Ow. Are you at work, Brian? You really should not be listening if you're at work. You know better. And you're kind of in a bind at the moment anyway. So do you really want to risk anything more? Working and listening, says Stephen. Digger's 100% correct. Love my Rumble buds. Yeah, see? So he's hanging out on the other side so that he doesn't get sucked into the chatty chats. There's dragons all over Komodo Island. Yeah, I have a feeling dragons and dinosaurs were actually more similar than I think it's just different people's interpretations. I mean, to be fair, we are looking at like scratchings on cave walls and stuff. So who knows? Maybe, maybe they are all real and they were all together at the same time. That's the only thing I can think. If dragons are real, they would have had to have lived at the same time as dinosaurs. So that's where I get my theory. My theory, my opinion, making it up as I go along. But my theory is dragons did exist same time as dinosaurs, and they were just called different things. Oh no, Brian. Oh, Brian's saying listening to me reading cannot make it go any worse. That's not a good sign. I'm so sorry, Brian. I was hoping you'd have a bit easier day today. Yes, Karen Reed was freed finally, and there will not be a third go round. It's lovely. She can finally move on with her life, and hopefully she can sue the city and the state and get some of that money back because it costs a literal fortune. If she didn't start out with money in the bank, she wouldn't have been able to afford the lawyers she had to get herself the hung jury and an acquittal. More likely than not, that hung jury just would have been would have been a guilty, and she would have spent the rest of her life in prison for it. But she's lucky she had money. She had the money to defend herself, and even with that, look at how it went. So thank goodness she's finally she's out, she's free, and she can breathe, and hopefully she can kind of hold those people to account that have so ruined her life. I highly doubt they're ever going to get justice for John, right? John's the guy that died. I'm pretty sure. I didn't watch the second go round. I just watched the first go round. So names are hinky. But yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get actual justice for this man's death. They spent so much time, money, and effort trying to frame Karen Reed for it, that everything's been obfuscated. All the actual evidence, anything that was, potentially usable is toast now. So it's really unfortunate that that they were able to do this. They've almost ruined a woman's life. They've made it pretty much guarantee we're never going to find out who really did take this man's life. So there's going to be nothing for his family. They're just left with one less person and questions. And the guilty parties just get to go on. So it kind of sucks, but at least she's not behind bars. We've seen innocent people getting stuck behind bars quite a few times. And at least she's not going to be one of them. Adam Simon, good to see ya. Saying my dog's nickname is the butt dragon because he drags ass in grass. Tell my Rumble friends that I cannot sign into Rumble at work. Ah, there you go. See? So it's not even that he's avoiding it to stay out of trouble. He just can't sign into Rumble at work at all. So there you go. He's not avoiding anyone. He just can't get in there. Oh, thank you, Cool Frog. Cool Frog rated the stream. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you. No, I am not gay. It's about 82 degrees Fahrenheit in the labs today. That's hot. I mean, I don't know your freedom units well, but I do know that's hot. 82, and you're in a lab, dude. That's not good. That's 27 degrees. Dude. Wow, it's cooler than that outside right now. Outside here. Are you guys okay? Did the aircon break on top of all the rest of your stresses? I sure hope you're I sure hope it goes okay. You don't need any more troubles on top of everything else. Maybe open a window? I know, I'm just joking. You work in a lab. I highly doubt you're allowed to just crack a window. She won't get anywhere with the 1983 case. She also has the civil case she's being sued right now for. Oh, she's being sued? I didn't know she was being sued. I thought she would be suing someone else. I thought she'd be suing the city and the state. I didn't. What on earth are they suing her for in a civil case? For Pete's sakes. Yeah, there's enough evidence to blame the guy who had bloody knuckles. Fight broke out. Dog got involved. Accidental fall onto concrete. Hence the blood of both men in the snow. Oh, okay. See, I knew that there was signs of fist fighting, and the injuries to him looked like a fist fight and a fighting off a dog or something, but not a car running over. I remember that much for sure. Oh, your fume management system's fucked. Oof. That's not good at all. Hello, Dom. No, we're not reading Repair by Steve Godley. We're reading Prepare by Steve Gosney. But good try. Wrongful death. Don't think it will go anywhere, but it will. It was on hold until her criminal case was over. So there is potential to get some sort of justice out of it all, eh? Well, shit. That's something, I guess. It's just too bad they had to go through all of this. And apparently this time around, the lawyer brought in a bunch of texts that were hidden last time around for the sake of the children, but this time around he just brought them into open court. I only heard a very little bit of that, but what I heard was awful. Yeah, I really hope there's some recourse against Bev and what's his fuck, the lawyer. So bad with names. I only know Bev because it's beverage. That's my mnemonic for that one. But anyways, yeah, I really hope that there's some recourse in within that system. There's some way to fix it. You know, is Bev going to retire suddenly? Maybe can we do that? Mind you, again, we've seen many cases where this just happens and no one cares, no one's phased. Innocent man's going to spend his life in jail, and everyone just goes on doing their jobs. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish there was a way for us to just hit reset, not in a new world order kind of a reset way, but in a can we just shut down our governments, like completely fire everyone and re-elect from scratch in a much smaller government model? Like, wouldn't it be nice if we could do that? I think that would help America and definitely would help Canada a lot. Would just, half the size of our governments, get a little bit more control under who's got the power. There's so many people doing so many people to do the same job that too many things are getting dropped and lost and missed. AP is saying no justice for John. His killers are getting away scot-free. See, and that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay, Dom. Okay, fair enough. I'm saying, isn't there a way to hit the reset button? And Dom's going, yes. It's called a revolution. They did it here in 1776, but too many pussies do that nowadays. Or to do that nowadays. Fair enough. Fair enough. I would like to see us do it without violence, though. So far, Canada's really been good about not having to do that sort of thing. it would be lovely if we could do that again without violence. You Americans, you love your violence. I know you really. I understand why, and I really wish that we had stuck to our guns, literally and figuratively, and not given up anything. Um, but there's got to be a way to do it without violence, without full-on violence. I would like to think. Hello, no fucks. How you doing today or tonight? You're tonight. It's my morning still. So there you go. And hello, Lexi. One last time for those who are just arriving late before I start reading. Um, Johnny will be streaming today. He had to run out of the house last minute, so it'll be a late start. But he will stream. Just keep an eye out. On that note, we are beginning on the sounds like it's the last pretty much the end of the book at this point. Good. So we're going to start great quotes on law, faith, and life, a contemplation of useful thoughts. We decided to kind of cut it a little short last week so that we can give this the proper attention that it deserves. So we can go through the quotes and discuss each one, what we think, agree, disagree, how well it fits within our lives or our situations as we stand at the moment. It's always interesting for me at least, to see how others thought about things. It gives me a better understanding on how they saw the world during their time period. It really does help. Someone once said, if you ignore your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And I think we're proving that very well right now. Oh, thank you, Dom. Sending in a buck rumble rant saying wind. Yes, we all need to we need to make the change. Or sorry, change requires action beyond talking, and we all need to make those actions. I still think that we can do it non-violently. At least here in Canada, I don't think we need like a full-on brother against brother civil war per se. But that being said, we could do it. I don't think we will do it. Dom is very, very right when he says that there's too many pussies these days to actually affect change. I think we're beyond the point of no return, and I think it's just going to keep downward spiraling. So we've just got to figure out how to survive within it, which is what the book is for. Dom saying, no time in history has there ever been a major governmental change without relatively large-scale death. If you think you can beat history this time, you're welcome to try. Well, I think we could. I don't think we will attempt it. I don't think anyone could be bothered to do it. I think there's too many sheeple willing to just sit around and let it fall to shit. So that's what's going to happen. It's falling to shit, and it's just going to keep falling to shit. I don't think there's going to be a civil war in Canada. I think we're just going to separate. I would really like to see the Republic of Western Canada become a thing. I think that would be lovely. Hello, Jack 985. Good to see you. My entire government is made to be resistant to change. Yes, well, and that's why we'd have to just shut them all down, fire them all. Just pink slip everyone, absolutely everyone who works for the government. Just pink slip them all and start from scratch. I wouldn't even worry over much about pressing charges. Just fire them all. Just fire them all and then go from there. Hello, MSO. How you doing? A lot of people think they can get communism right the next time too. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it could be possible. I don't think I don't think it's realistically possible in the world we live in now. I think it could not communism, but I think Canada at one point could have reversed its course and repaired things before we'd gotten this far down the road, but we're too far gone now. We're just going to have to let it fall apart. Stupid. The various governments will never allow it unless forced. Forced requires pain and death. So no way around it, sad as it is. And MSO is agreeing too. Violence is golden. I don't know. I was always taught it was silence is golden. My mom might be wrong though. I don't know. Violence is golden. That rolls off the tongue just as easily. Yeah, that's true. Everyone that works for the government will use the law, will use law enforcement that your taxes pay for against you. And Dom is saying I'm using communism and socialism interchangeably. Yeah, they really are one and the same. It's a communism light, socialism. But anyways, okay, my connection is still fairly good. StreamYard is really concerned about my internet connection today. So I'll keep an eye on it. But with that, we are going to start reading the quotes. I'm pretty sure I read this first bit last week, but I'll read it again just to get us back in the feel of it. Got a comment? Check it in the chat, and we can discuss as we go. Here we are. Great quotes on law, faith, and life. A contemplation of useful thoughts. In my career, I have developed several habits. One of those habits that I find of great worth is collecting snippets of wisdom. Over the years, I've accumulated quite a collection. I use them to pepper my appellate briefs and sometimes just as a refresher for thinking. There are many quotation compendiums, but this one is more personal. I find these quotes to be exceptionally inspirational. There is no order to the quotes. Instead, I tried to organize them into subject areas: law and tyranny, politics, faith, ethics, life and love, reason, economics, conflict, and truth. I then put the quotes in an order in which they meaningfully flow. It's interesting, as I was working on the citations, how these quotes spread throughout history and how they hold together coherently. This is a testament to their truth, methinks. Thank you, Neuro. Many of my favorite thinkers are here: Thomas Sowell, Winston Churchill, Jordan Peterson, Edmund Burke, Ayn Rand, Justice Robert H. Jackson, and Richard Weaver, to name a few. I tried to get the citations and sourcing accurately, as is my wont in appeals. That way, you can investigate the context for yourself or cite them in a brief. This chapter came from my break between working as an assistant public defender in Daytona Beach and an assistant estate attorney in Miami. As G.K. Chesterton stated, an adventure is only as inconvenience. Let's try that all over again. Hello, Laura Connor. How you doing? An adventure is only an inconvenience rightly considered. An inconvenience is only an adventure wrongly considered. My mind continually races with ideas, and I need a distraction from the changes. I dusted off that quotes document and found that I had quite a few, and that they are worthy of an addition to this tome. If you are a fan, perhaps you will find some wisdom here. May I also suggest that you start your own collection? Wisdom written down may aid us when we're in turmoil. When you read this, take it slow. Read each quote and stop. Think about what's being said and reflect on the deeper meanings. Apply the thought to how you perceive the world around you. This is not fast food, so savor each taste. Law and tyranny. The end of the law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom. For in all the state of created beings capable of laws, where there is no law, there is no freedom. For liberty is to be free from restraint and violence from others, which cannot be where there is no law, and is not, as we are told, a liberty for every man to do as he lists. For who could be free when every other man's humor might domineer over him? But a liberty to dispose and order as he lists his person, actions, possessions, and his whole property, within the allowance of those law under which he is, and therein not to be the subject of the arbitrary will of another, but freely follow his own. That was John Locke in Two Treatises on Civil Government, 1689. Good, Laura. I'm glad to hear it. Glad you're doing well. So, breaking it down, the end of the point of law is to preserve and enlarge people's freedom. But without law, there is no true liberty and freedom, because you will be under the tyranny of whoever has the stronger will, I guess. The meek will be under the will of the tyrannical. If we're looking at extremes. But basically, without laws, everyone's free to do whatever they will, and not everyone wills to do strictly good. And so we need, the purpose of law is to keep a basic, what is that term? To give us a baseline of this is the line, and this is where you can go, and thou shalt go no further. We know what's right and wrong, and then if we choose to do wrong, we know that there are consequences, and we'll have to pay those consequences. By enforcing those laws, it is not causing us to lose liberty. It is rather, it's making it's giving everyone the equal ability to have liberty. A line in the sand, yeah. You want to be a medallion on the chain? I know, my little daisies are cool. I've had this for years. It's just little tiny little beads and wire. Super easy. But yeah, so I mean, I'm not really seeing any pushback or anything, so I'm assuming everyone agrees that true freedom is not a world without law, but a world with few laws, I guess. So the next quote: law is common force organized to prevent injustice. That's Frederick Bastiat, who wrote in The Law in 1850. Oh, the longer chain. Oh, that's my lucky jade elephant. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. So, a law is common force organized to prevent injustice. I think we can pretty much agree with that. The worship of the state is the worship of force. There's no more dangerous menace to civilization than a government of incompetent, corrupt, or vile men. We've got the proof all around us. The worst evils which mankind ever had to endure were inflicted by bad governments. The state can be, and has often been, in the course of history, the main source of mischief and disaster. That was from Ludwig von Mises in Omnipotent Government, The Rise of the Total State and Total War, written in 1944. From whence shall we expect the approach of danger? Shall some transatlantic military giant step the earth and crush us at a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe and Asia could not by force take a drink from the Ohio River or make a track on the Blue Ridge in the trial of 1,000 years. No, if destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher. As a nation of free men, we will live forever or die by suicide. Abraham Lincoln in his Lyceum address in 1838. That's okay, Laura. Don't worry. So I like that. That's one I haven't heard before. From whence shall we expect the approach of danger? Shall some transatlantic military giant step the earth and crush us at a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe and Asia could not by force take a drink from the Ohio River or make a track on the Blue Ridge in the trial of 1,000 years. No, if destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher. As a nation of free men, we will live forever or die by suicide. Suicide. Yeah, see, I didn't say it the wrong way, the right way the first time. YouTube. I did use your weird terminology, I swear. But I like that. Abraham Lincoln, he's basically saying, all the world's might could not step foot on the land of our country, of America. And it's going to be up to us, Americans, to decide America's fate. We live and die by our own actions. And you guys are. That's exactly what you've gone and done, for better and for worse. I think, unfortunately, the world as a whole has slid drastically to the left. But nothing can keep swinging to one end forever. It has to come back. And I think we're starting to see a bit of a comeback. Japan said roughly the same in the 40s. Okay. I see what you're saying. Didn't work out so well for them. I know. Turned out that their God was not a God, and he actually does walk. His feet do touch the ground. All right. Here's another Abraham Lincoln. It is the eternal struggle between these two principles, right and wrong, throughout the world. They are the two principles that have stood face to face from the beginning of time and will ever continue to struggle. The one is the common right of humanity, and the other the divine right of kings. It is the same principle in whatever shape it develops itself. It is the same spirit that says, you toil and work and earn bread, and I'll eat it. No matter in what shape it comes, whether from the mouth of a king who seeks to bestride the people of his own nation and live by the fruit of their labor, or from one race of men as an apology for enslaving another race, it is the same tyrannical principle. That's Abraham Lincoln, the Lincoln-Douglas debates, 1858. I like that. I like that, Brian. The world is suffering from toxic empathy. Not everyone has to matter. And that's kind of, yeah, it's that same, it's the fight of the victimologies, right? The victimhoods. They're starting to realize that it doesn't matter. In the real world, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You can be the biggest victim or the biggest winner. It doesn't matter. Life is life, and shit's going to happen. If you allow someone to have the power over you, That's on you. I think, yeah, no matter what shape it comes in, no matter who's spilling it, no matter how pretty or nice it sounds, tyranny is tyranny. Um, just because we've got, I mean, to use the example, it's not a great example, but it's the only one I can really think of at the moment. Trump is not tyrannical. Okay, he is not trying to take over America. He is not attempting to king himself or make himself emperor. Um, but they're still trying to. Oh, nice. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I got sidetracked. There's colors going on over here. That's awesome. Cool Frog rated our stream, and then Jack, Dom sent a buck. Oh, Don sent a second buck. Thank you, Sent, telling me to read. So I did. I started doing that. And then I had to minimize that and open it, which is why I didn't see that second one. But Jack, thank you very much. He gifted one sub to Dom over on Rumble. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. And hello, J9 Scotland. How you doing? Thanks for the sub. And Dom just gifted a sub back and it went to Jack. So there you go. That's awesome. Talking about paying it forward, eh? Well, thank you so much, you guys. That rocks. And I will do that so that I can see it because I accidentally full paged it or full screened it and then it lost it. So thank you. Thank you so much. You guys rock. Yes. Here we go. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. That's for sure. I think we're seeing it here. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States where men were free. It's Ronald Reagan in his remarks at the annual convention of Kiwanis International, July 6th, 1987. And he's right about that. That's kind of been the problem with the recent times. Life has been so easy. A lot of us never understood that it had to be fought for and died over by our ancestors. Like we know about the world wars and stuff, but it's so far in the past, it doesn't affect us at all. And because of that, we have become soft. And we stopped fighting for that freedom. We just kind of left it in the hands of our governments, trusting them to, continue on in the same vein. They haven't. So we're at the point now where we're one generation away from freedom being extinct. We're at that point now where we have to stand up and make the change, or sit down and shut up and just allow it to finish, because we've let it get this far. And like we were just talking about, I would like to think we could do it without violence, but you guys are right, and I don't think it's as I wish. I would like to think that it could be done without violence, but at this point now, post freedom rally, post the most recent election, I don't know that we can get it back without a little violence ourselves, which is sad and scary. But freedom isn't free. You have to fight for that freedom, and no one's been fighting for our freedom for a very, very long time. So if we don't do it soon, it's just going to be gone. It's going to be extinct. There's going to be no chance to recover. Thank you, AP. That's the one I was trying to. That's the one I was trying to remember. Hard times make easy times. Easy times make weak men. Weak men make hard times. It's a circular issue that never goes away. That's the one I was trying to think of. Thank you. And that's just it. We're a world full of weak men and women, or at least the Western world is full of weak men and women. There's an awful lot of people in this world who are not weak and who have had to fight for every single step they've taken. And if we don't figure our shit out soon in the West, we're going to be extinct. And if we're extinct, then freedom will be extinct. The female instinct is to both nurture and keep things alive. I need to check my sympathy and empathy. Not all souls are worthy of salvation. Yeah. I think everyone's got the opportunity for salvation and are worthy of salvation. I think it's our choices in life that decide, which way we land. Female instinct is to both nurture and keep things alive. True. Maybe we need to go back some ways towards strangling the dongly ones at birth. I don't know about that. But maybe if we could, sorry, maybe if we could just start holding people accountable again, that would be a great start. We don't necessarily have to knock them off right at the beginning. Hello. Sorry, I've got a cat crying at me. Come here then. I hear you. Come here. And Brian saying, Digger, we all remember your trucker protest. Yes, I know. I remember it too. It was wonderful. It was the first. Oh, come here then. Come here. It was the first time since the late 90s that we were actually proud to be Canadian. Hello, this is Sweets. She is crying because she's in desperate need of attention, except that now she's got it. She doesn't want it. It needs to be on her terms, right, my Sweets? Yes. But that trucker protest was an amazing example of what people can do. It truly was the most peaceful protest. There were no fires. The only people getting hurt were getting hurt by the police officers. The homeless folks were being fed better than they'd ever been fed before. All the businesses were getting way more business than they would normally have gotten that time of year. It was a wonderful time to be a Canadian and to see how our government handled us. And to see that we've basically just huddled down and gone back to sleep since then is really sad. And males with low T adopt female attitudes. Yeah. Hard men make easy times. There we go. Hard men make easy times, not hard times make. I see what you're saying. Yes. Hard times make easy times. Easy times make weak men. Hello, Breakhand News. How you doing? There are plenty who do not deserve to breathe or our air or drink our water. Whether they deserve salvation is not my concern, but child predators have no business on this earth. Fair enough. I don't I don't want to be the judge and jury or executioner. I think that needs to be left to God. Um, but yeah, um, we can, or we should, we have the right as citizens of our countries. We have the right to expect certain things, and unfortunately, our governments are not giving them to us anymore. Didn't your government threaten harm on your truckers? They did. They did threaten harm, and they actually did harm the truckers. There's a couple that are still, I think there's one that's still in jail for a little bit longer. Two of them, the two alleged leaders of the Freedom Convoy, have finally been released. Everything's dealt with them. But they showed exactly how little they care about our rights as citizens. And instead of trying to repair that, we allowed them to just sneak someone even worse in to take over from Trudeau. So, we citizens need to take our governments back. Is what we need to do in a very non-violent way, very legal way. YouTube, okay? This is me. I'm a Canuck. We can do these things peacefully. We don't need to kill each other for them. Just need a whole lot of jail cells. Hi, Alibi. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. I don't have to be a judge, jury, or executioner. There's plenty of you guys out there willing to do those jobs. Okay. But I have to stand out of the way. When I put myself in the way, we're stop protecting you from the evil. And fair enough. And yeah, fair enough. We're kind of seeing that. I live in New Zealand. Your government is as bought, blackmailed, or self-serving as ours is. We're not their masters, regardless of who we vote for. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we're all in the same boat. We don't run our governments. Our governments are running us into the ground. People go missing in the middle of the night all the time. It's fine. It's fine. Just the Lord working in mysterious ways. All right, Rusty. I'll just roll over and then pretend I didn't hear it. Go back to bed, right? The crown is the source of most of our problems. I don't know. At this point, we can't blame the crown. We've been a satellite for too long. They really haven't had a whole lot to say over what we've done with ourselves. The crown had nothing to do with our government when our government was attacking us over the Freedom Rally. Crown had nothing to do with that. I wish we could just blame it all on the crown, and then we say, okay, that's it. We're leaving. We are no longer a part of the of Britain. See you later. I wish we could do that, and then all the problems would be solved and things would just be good. But unfortunately, the crown is the least of our problems. Now we've got way too many dirty players in all levels of the government, from the absolute top at the top all the way down to local government. And that's where we need to make the big changes, is locally. Like the book Prepare is telling us about, is we've got to be prepared at some point. It doesn't matter how it ends up happening, but at some point we will be stuck being reliant on ourselves. There will be no daddy government. There may not be internet or electricity. We'll need to be self-reliant. And one of the important things about self-reliance is building a community around you that are equally reliable, so that when the shit hits the fan, you guys are already prepared and you've got a chance. You've got a shot at surviving it. So you need that community, and it starts locally. Get involved with your city council. Get involved with the local municipalities in whichever way you feel, most comfortable. If you're not interested in being a part of the politics, just attend the meetings when they have meetings, so that you know what the city is doing in your name with your tax dollars. I'm very blessed. The city that I live in, we're in the green. Um, our city has money in the bank, money in savings, and they have been very good at how they use the city funds. They've been working slowly over, it's probably about year 5 now. They've been redoing, replacing all of the sewage and waterworks in the city, starting at the main core, and they've been working out. Last year, they got to my section. I live in the ghetto, so I'm fairly close to the core, which meant that I got dealt with fairly early, and it's nice. This is the first year I haven't had a water boiling advisory. Most summers I'm boiling water anyways, all summer long. I don't have to worry about that this year because the city is doing good things. So even if you're not interested in being involved in being a part of the city goings on, go to the meetings, be aware of what they're doing and what they're spending the town money on, every little bit. And when the shit hits the fan, you cannot rely on family members who live, across the country. You're going to have to rely on yourself and those within your immediate vicinity. So build up those communities and build up those friendships now, before the shit hits the fan. God save the Queen. Exactly. Fill some holes. Good to see you. Good to see you. The Queen. Queen Elizabeth II, she was my queen. She was my leader. I looked up to her. I think she was an amazing woman, and I was very proud to call her my queen. Charles is not my king. He has nothing to do with me. He has no idea anything to do with life in Canada. He doesn't. Yeah. And I don't know if that's just simply because I was a child and we've always had the queen. And so I grew up with her as the benevolent monarch. I don't know, because of course she can't be perfect and she can't be clean because she's Queen of England. And we know what life's really like in the great world outside. So she couldn't have been perfect or anything, but I recognized her. I don't recognize Prince Charles. He does nothing for me. He knows nothing about life as a Canadian. I don't recognize him. I won't recognize William either. They're so far removed from us. I don't, yeah, I just don't recognize them anymore. But if we were to completely divorce from the crown tomorrow, it wouldn't change the problems that we've got here in Canada. We've got the encroachments of the CCP slowly, quietly over decades. They have been encroaching and taking over in small, quiet little sections that are getting louder and more obviously noticeable now. I mean, the fact that we found out that they've had private Chinese jails and private Chinese police officers working in Canada, scooping people up and taking them back to China. Supposed refugees that we're supposed to be protecting. They came here for asylum from the CCP, and yet we're also allowing the CCP to have jails and police forces within our country to scoop up those asylum seekers and drag them back to China. That's a bigger problem than the crown, in my opinion. That's something we need to deal with. The Khalistani movement in Canada is so very scary. Very, very scary. There was a bunch of them. People may not remember or realize, but the G7 happened the beginning of the week, over the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The G7 happened. It happened in Alberta. Kananaskis, it's hours away. It's quicker for me to get to Kananaskis by car from where I am than it is for me to use a car to get to the coast, to get to Vancouver. They were right here. And the Khalistani movement got together and drove out to where the planes were landing with signs saying assassinate Modi and many others much, much worse. They are assassins. They are murderers and child. Um, it's a horrible, awful belief system. And in their mind, they are perfectly right and they have the God-given duty to kill anyone who is not Khalistani. And Canada, since the early 80s, has allowed this group to come over here and build and grow and strengthen themselves. And they have not been touched. Heck, we allowed one of their leaders to become the head of a federal political party for a decade. We've got so many problems here in Canada. The Crown is so far down the list. So far down the list. It's unfortunate. But yeah. I wish we could just excise them from Canada and be happy, be good. But that's not the way it is. And I honestly, at this point, I think the only way we've got a chance is if we do separate, if we become the Republic of Western Canada. And that means there's going to be some hardships. There's going to be some times, and there may very well be some violence, because to get the CCP out of the lower mainland of BC it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight, and it'll probably be bloody. But you know what? They've brought their gang wars and their murders and everything over to BC for many decades now. And at this point, I think it would be to get the CCP control out of BC. If violence is necessary, it would be worth it at this point. But I would like to see the Republic of Western Canada. I think that would be our best hope in the world as it is now. We have never been respected or given our fair share in Canada. The government has always taken from Western Canada and used the results, the boons of that taking on their side of the country. The rest of us just sit and flounder. When there's tariffs, we're the ones that are getting hit the hardest. But when they want to blame someone for why we're getting hit with the tariffs, they blame Alberta. It's Alberta's fault that Trump is tariffing us, but it's not. And then if Alberta just did this, then the tariffs would disappear and it would all be good again. Well, except that no, it wouldn't. Albertans fold and they do this, and the tariffs disappear, but Albertans are still going to be paying the price because they've got to do the extra work to cover. It's all a big, I don't know. My words are kind of iffy. It's not as bad as yesterday. Yesterday was really bad. But yeah, there are so many issues in Canada that, yeah, the king is the least of them. Morality starts at home. Yeah. And that's the first thing they tried to kill off was the family unit. They've done a pretty decent job of that too. Everything rots from the inside out, and it's up to us to start, bringing that sense of community, that sense of family, that necessary closeness. We have to start building that again ourselves within our own, little circles. And when we all start doing that, then we'll start to see a difference in the world. Wow. And yeah, perhaps once upon a time that would have been, unfortunately, now we've yeah, I'm not gonna Dom, I see what your great grandfather did, and I can understand why he did it. At this point now, we've got laws that are supposed to do take care of it so he doesn't have to pull out his shotgun and take care of it. Unfortunately, we've got so much bloat and rot in the laws and in the civil service. Um, there's just rot and bloat everywhere. So at this point, you really do have to scrap it all and start from scratch. Rusty's saying, I like the idea of a commune, a close knit group of like minded people, similar to an old village, where everyone has a particular talent or trade that can be used to barter with another. Exactly. That's what we have to get back to. And that's what we have to start building ourselves within our own IRL circles. Because as wonderful as our communities are that we've built and we're a part of online, that's not going to be of any use to us when the power goes out. You're going to have to rely on the people around you. And so make friends with your neighbors, make friends with your local butchers and farmers and whatnot. If you've got a skill, start selling it. Get ready, make friends, do networking. Go to networking events within your city, your town. Get to know the other people, so that you've got a security, you've got a protective barrier up and ready for when shit hits the fan. And Brian, you get better pipes. We get a tarted stoplight that the Karen mayor wants to put her name on. See, I live in a nice city, in a good city. I live in a city where the municipality, the workers work for the city, to keep the city running in a good way. There are tons of large and small cities and towns all over, that are in the red severely. I'm very lucky to live in a town that has been fiscally responsible, not just fiscally, but responsible in all ways, doing stuff like repairing the waterworks. It's nice to see. I lived in a town that was so bad. The mayor spent a fortune renaming all of what used to be called the Poco Trail. He renamed it and had all the signage redone and everything, calling it the Tremblay Trail, which was his last name. But he couldn't, for the life of himself, could not fork up a single dollar from the city to fill in a pothole. So the roads were the worst roads you find anywhere around. And he wouldn't spend a dime to fix that, but he spent a shit ton to rename the Poco Trail for himself. There's some real dirty, some real shady folks out there. So maybe that can be part of your preparation, is look into that sort of thing. If you love the town you're in, see how it's running. Get involved, like I said, with the city hall, if you're so inclined, or at least attend the meetings. Make sure that they're doing these sorts of things, like replacing the waterworks and filling the potholes. Make sure that they're on top of things to make sure that the buildings are all up to code, and the firefighters and the police and the ambulance folks are perfectly well staffed, with all the supplies that they need. God forbid there's no water in the fire hydrants. I mean, that happened here, not in the city that I live in. Our hydrants have water in them. It's amazing. But in Kelowna, West Kelowna was burning again last year, and it's the Okanagan, it's a fire area. So you regularly and commonly see huge canisters and containers on sides of roads that are filled with water just in case. And that way, if a fire starts, the people in the area can go to that and get water and try and fight it, beforehand. Last year, firefighters were showing up and opening up the fire hydrants, and there's no water. Now, Kelowna is surrounded on almost all sides by lake. There's so much water. This is lake country out here. There's so much water, and yet the big water canisters on the sides of the road were empty. The hydrants had nothing in them. Um, that's that's signs that the city is not doing its job. So look into that sort of thing in the towns and cities that you live in. Look into that sort of thing. Make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Um, and if they're not, get on their cases for it. You've you can only make change in your own area, right? Um, so instead of complaining about how awful it is in the world, try and make that change within your immediate world. And if enough people start doing that, we're going to get back to a better time, you know? Yeah, Rusty. I totally get you. We can barter for different skills and trades. I'll fix your boiler if you can sew my jeans for me. Um, I don't have the time to do my laundry. If you do my laundry, I'll give you a portion of the food that I grow at the farm. Like it's you've got to build those relationships around yourself and in your real life. As wonderful as this internet world is, I know that when the shit hits the fan, this is going to be gone, and I'm going to have to rely on what I've got here, right here. Um, and that's all any of us will have. So make sure that what you've got right here is solid and secure and is going to be there when you need it. If your city isn't doing things the right way, then look at ways to make them start doing things in the right way. Vote people, get involved yourself, or vote in people who are going to do the job right. Like I said, I'm very lucky where I live. The people running my city, they're doing all the right things, and it's great, and it's a very good close community here. Um, there's always going to be the homeless and the junkies. Um, I think that's just a part of human existence nowadays. But the people itself, we're still good people. We still make eye contact with each other when we're walking down the street. Smile and nod to each other, or wave if someone stops to let you cross the street. There's still the little kindnesses, and those are good signs that you're living in a good community. Just the little things are like that are happening. You hold the door open for the person who's coming up behind you to enter the place with you. You just hold the door for them as well. Little kindnesses and politenesses. When everyone's walking around town with their eyes on the ground or on their phone and no one's looking at anything and everyone's rushing, that's not a good environment to live in. you know no one cares about anything except themselves, and when the shit hits the fan, those are the areas that are going to be in trouble. So find yourself a community, IRL community, that can rely on you and that you can rely on for those hard times. And if you don't have any skills that you can barter for, then learn something. Now's the time. Right now things are still relatively okay. The shit hasn't hit the fan yet. So now's the time. Start learning new skills. Figure out how to darn holes in socks. It's a simple skill, but it's useful, right? And even someone like myself, I've got health issues, but there are things that I can do, and I know the things that I can do and the things I can offer, to make myself a useful, productive member of society. So make sure you can do that for yourself. Make sure you know people around you who can help you with that as well. I agree, Rusty. The communal living thing is a good idea, but you've got to be careful not to fall over into communism. Government sucks too. It has to be a community living in harmony and not forceful, and that's the key. I mean, Donald Trump likes to talk about the golden age of America, the golden age of America. Well, if you look closely back in that time, the communities were a lot closer knit. Um, if kids were out playing and someone was misbehaving and a neighbor caught it, the neighbor would yell at the kid and punish the kid, and the kid would listen to the neighbor because he knew that the neighbor would be talking to his parents, right? Like it's that tribal sort of a thing. Everyone is aware of everyone else and everyone's roles within the community, and it's everyone's helping each other. At a certain point, we started to be too selfish. Well, I guess the selfishness started to come in the same time they started breaking down the family units and that sort of thing. It all slow rolled in to live to the point that we're living in now. Regina stole our land and kept it in her. Uh-huh. Kept it in her where? Digger is pro-Canadian segregation. Yay. Is it English versus French and Chinese? I don't know that the French are very friendly with the Chinese. We've just been so compliant and kind and friendly. And, multiculturalism. We're not a melting pot. We're multicultural, but somewhere along the way, multicultural, it started at come here, become Canadian, keep the best bits of your culture and teach those bits to everyone else. Share those bits, but the bad stuff you leave behind in your old country. Nowadays, people come here and they bring their beefs, they bring their gangs, they bring their ideologies and their hatreds. It's once upon a time you left the bad behind when you left your country and you assimilated into your new country. And nowadays it's not. You're taking everything from your old country and you're bringing it with you to your new country. And instead of beginning a new life without any of that stuff there, you're pursuing a new life, but you're continuing on with your same old hatreds and angers and ideologies. And it's horrible. We're seeing, like I was saying with the Khalistani group, if it had been a thing where they came in and they assimilated and became Canadian, that's great. That's what we want. That's lovely. But what they did was they came in with their hatreds, with their biases, and with their ideals, and they keep forcing those ideals on the Canadian people. And they've brought their arguments, their fights, their gang wars into Canada. So we've got that with the Etruscans. They are a teeny tiny little country in Africa, Etruria, and they are fighting another group of Africans. But instead of leaving that there when they've come to live in a new country, they bring all that with them. And now we've got Etruscan gang wars happening in downtown Toronto and downtown Calgary. We've got Khalistani people murdering innocents because of their religious belief here in Canada. We've got India sending assassins to Canada to take out one of the Khalistani leaders, and then going back to India, no problem, no nothing. It's totally fine, except that it's not, or it shouldn't be. Our government thinks it's fine, but it's not, and it shouldn't be. And we can't fix that. We have no control over what happens in the wider, grander scope of things. All we can control is what is within our immediate scope. So that's what we've got to do. 8 or so years ago, they built a pedestrian bridge so they wouldn't need to fuck up traffic with a stoplight. Then Karen put the damn spotlight in anyway. Yeah, that sounds about right. Libby, that's right too. You came here and you were grateful for the opportunity. You didn't come here and resent everyone because they had it better than you from the start. Um, you came here and you were grateful for the chance to start anew without having to worry about those old hatreds and animosities, the wars and the violence. You came here to get away from that. Or at least that was the point once upon a time. Somewhere along the way in the 80s, I'm thinking, at least in Canada, it feels like it was the early 80s is when it really started changing and people started moving here and bringing everything with them, um, bringing their baggage and bringing their hatreds with them. So, I mean, yeah, when you've got little Indias and little Chinas and little, whatevers, that is not coming in and assimilating. That is building enclaves within someone else's territory. And that's basically what we've got now. We've got um, a bunch of different violent factions all living in Canada, fighting their wars here instead of fighting them back in their own countries. Anyways, we read that one. Albert Camus in homage Albert Camus, in Homage to an Exile in 1955, wrote, "The welfare of humanity is always the alibi of tyrants." Well, there you go. That's exactly it. It was the introduction of the welfare state surely didn't help any of us at all. Western civilization. That was one of the good things about you Americans is you really have to work for it. You have to earn it. If you want to succeed, you can succeed, but you got to work hard for it. And it's with the introduction of the welfare state that you started seeing a change in the mindset. People weren't willing to work for it anymore, and then again, people coming in from other countries, coming in and being told that when they come here, it's going to be so great for them and they're going to be receiving all of this stuff. So they come here and then they don't receive it. Well, so now they're stuck here and they're upset with this country too. Too many people were selling too many bills of sale that were complete frauds. I think we got to stop telling people that it's the land of milk and honey, because it's not. You cannot come to America for the American dream anymore. It's not available anymore. It may be available again, but there's some major changes that need to be made before, and that's a truth that needs to be told. Otherwise, people are going to keep coming to America thinking that they can come here and get a leg up, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. I mean, look at what Biden did, promising so much to these people. Just come in, doors are open, come in, we'll take care of you. We'll take you all in, we'll give you medical, we'll pay for your rent, we'll give you cell phones, we'll take care of you. That's the lie that they were sold. And they took it, they upped sticks, and they came legally or illegally. They came to America and found out they were completely lied to. That's not going to make for a very happy society. And then you've got the people who are born and raised in America that are getting, are unable to get jobs because there are no jobs, because they're all filled by illegal immigrants, because the government will pay 60% of their wages. So employers would rather hire immigrants and get that discount on wage paying. There's so many schemes and scams and stuff like that. Canada was once a beautiful, beautiful place. Everyone wanted to live here, and they just kept importing people wholesale on the lie. And now there's the last census, I think it was 22, they did it. But the last census found that 25% of all Americans are immigrants within a generation or two. So 25% of all Canadians only got here this generation, or their parents, or one generation before them. So 25% of all Canadians are not Canadian. They don't understand. They've never experienced Canada as it was. So they don't even know what is missing. You know, and then they get here and the government gives them all the handouts in the world. Well, who are they going to vote for? They're going to vote for the government that gave them all the handouts. Which is exactly as planned. And then they stop the handouts, but it's too late. We've got people who come over here on student visas and then just disappear. We have people who have come over here and make YouTube videos about how great it is to live in Canada because of all the subsidies, and you don't even have to pay for your food because they've got food banks that just give you all the food you need. Now, food banks in Canada are really struggling to feed the starving Canadians, and they wouldn't be struggling to feed starving Canadians if there weren't so many people surviving off of the food bank so that they can afford their expensive cars or their video games or their, what have you other. A food bank is for the people who cannot afford food. It's not for the people so that they don't have to spend their money on food. They can spend it on luxuries, on other things. But according to a lot of people these days, that's exactly what it's here for. And it's sad, the welfare state really did a number on the on the image that our countries were once upon a time. For me, Canada's work hard all week and go to cottage country all weekend. Yeah, I remember those days. Yeah. But yeah, things have changed. Things have really changed, and they've been changed on purpose. They've been made into what they are now on purpose. And at this point, I think it's gone too far. I don't think we're going to be able to turn it back. It would be lovely if we could, but I don't know that we can. So at this point, it's best if we all just, understand that truth, accept that truth, and then start to prepare and make sure that you're going to be able to be self-sufficient when that time comes, because it's coming. It's coming. For you religious folk out there, in Revelations, they say there will be a time those who do not take the mark of the beast will not be able to buy nor sell. As an Adventist, therefore someone who keeps the sundown Friday to the sundown Saturday Sabbath, same Sabbath that Jesus kept. That's what I keep. But one of the biggest fears that is, it seems to be coming true, is what they call the Sunday law. They're going to force everyone to attend church, and they're going to force everyone to attend church on the same day. They call it the Sunday law because everyone's attending church on Sunday. That's not the true Sabbath. The Catholic Church changed the true Sabbath. They admit it. It's in their own writings, their own books. They changed the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday. God had nothing to do with it. So I prefer to keep God's Sabbath as he set it out. But that's why they call it the Sunday law, because that's the big, the Catholic Church is the big evil, But basically, they're, it is coming. They're talking about it. The new Pope is talking about it, having a worldwide day of rest each week. I was afraid the last Pope was going to bring it in during the COVID, and just call it, and not do it as a religious thing, but do it and call it an environmental thing. But in the end, it would have ended up being the same thing. A specific day allotted by the government where everyone takes it as a day of rest, and no one can, But what happens to those of us who don't take Sunday as our Sabbath, who want to continue to keep our Sabbath from sundown Friday to sundown Saturday? Well, that wouldn't work anymore, right? Because everyone's supposed to take the Sunday is the day of rest. So just don't worship on your Sabbath on the Saturday. Just do it on Sunday with everyone else. Yeah, that's kind of the big fear of the Sunday law. I don't think it's, like I said, if the Sunday law comes in, I think it will be passed more as an environmental thing than a religious thing. I don't think the world as we live in it today cares enough about religion to go for that. But I mean, we all saw when the world shut down through COVID, we saw how quickly the environment changed. The smog that had been sitting over the same city for years and years disappeared, and they could finally see the sunlight clearly. And I think that's how they're gonna press that one. But I know that's a big fear right now in my church, is that the Sunday law is coming. And it's just one more encroachment, one more encroachment into our freedoms and our rights, and one more step towards that social credit system that they need. One more step towards the new world order. Anyways, I've been on all sorts of stuff, not really to do with the quotes that we're reading. Well, kind of like freedom. Yeah. I think we all understand that freedom isn't free. And you've got to fight for it in one way or another. Welfare of humanity is always the alibi of tyrants. It's Albert Camus. That's fully correct. How did we get to the point we're at, where the government has so much control over us when they're supposed to be working for us? Well, a lot of their control over us has come through the implication of the welfare systems. The more people rely on the government to survive, the more power the government gets. And if they want to do something, it's always like COVID, for example. How did it start with COVID? You've got to use 6 feet apart, 14 days. And then we had the lockdowns, and then finally they had this miracle cure, right? So take the shot, take it for grandma, take it for the sick ones, take it for the little babies, and then when they'd gotten everyone that they could with the guilt of, take it so that you can save grandma, then they started trying to buy you into taking, well, get the shot and we'll give you a free coffee and donut, or we'll give you a burger when you get your shot, or, and when that didn't work anymore, then they started with the hammer part of it. Okay, now take it or else we're taking your job. Take it or else you're fired and you will not be able to pay your bills or feed your kids, or, So the government gets a whole lot of power given to them strictly under the guise of helping the people. It's really done a lot to get us where we're at now. Hello, Past. How you doing? At work, but stop to say hi. Thank you very much. Brian. Oh no, Brian. Oh no. Oh no. I know I shouldn't have watched today. I told you at the beginning. I said, don't listen. This is on you. You did this to yourself. He says, I know I shouldn't have watched today. I found a way to make my work worse, which is very hard to do because he's been having a hell of a work week, and it started last week. It hasn't finished yet. And his boss went on vacation, so it's all on his shoulders. So I told you don't listen. That one's on you. I will not. This time it's not my fault. The last one's my fault, but this time I told you don't listen. It's all your fault. And I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't ruin things too much. Libby's saying I'd be down to getting rid of daylight savings time. Yeah, daylight savings times it's never really fazed me one way or the other. It's never really bothered me. Yeah. I'm neither for or against getting rid of it. AP is saying, I didn't care what anyone tells me to do. I don't care what anyone tells me to do with when you. Oh, okay. Telling me where I can worship. Why would your church care? Is there a big enforcement arm of a church that's going to drop through skylight and arrest folk? Oh, okay. Well, the reason the church is scared is because it's a part of the book of Revelations. And they're afraid that the Sunday law is going to come in, and that's going to be that will be the mark of the beast, that people will be forced to take a Sunday day of rest against God's Sabbath law, and that they'll be punished for keeping God's Sabbath and not the Sunday. It's a whole big thing. Like one of the main tenets, one of the things that makes the Seventh-day Adventist a Seventh-day Adventist is the fact that we believe in the sundown Friday to sundown Saturday Sabbath. We follow the Jewish Sabbath, like I said before, the Sabbath as Jesus followed it, as Jesus kept it. So sundown Friday to sundown Saturday, and by acquiescing to the government and agreeing to attending church on Sunday instead of Saturday is it's breaking God's law to follow man's. So it's it's not a good thing. And on the Sabbath, it's supposed to be a day of rest where you spend your day with God and with others of like mind. It's a day of worship, a day of fellowship with you and your God. And if we take that away and do it on a different day, against God's teachings, then we're just ignoring God to do our own will. So that's why my church is so concerned about the Sunday law. I think if the Sunday law comes in, like I said, I don't think it'll come in as a religious thing. I think they'll bring it in more as an environmental thing. But again, I'm not sure that that's going to be, the mark of the beast either. I don't necessarily think that's it. The mark of the beast is something you have to choose. That's why I didn't agree with those who thought that the COVID shot was the mark of the beast. Because you could be held down and forcefully injected, and the mark of the beast is something that you choose. It cannot be forced on you. It's something that you choose in your heart. So Rusty's saying, I work every day though, so I'm a sinner. Hell, I work in my sleep. Well, and that's between you and God. And I mean, do no work. That's something that people disagree on as well. Like even in the Bible, there was people who didn't understand. Hello, late night ramblings. How you doing? Like Jesus had to explain, if it's the Sabbath and you've got 99 of your sheep are here, but one is missing, and you go back to find the one, and it's fallen into a crevice. It's the Sabbath. Are you going to leave it in the crevice overnight until the Sabbath is over, and then you'll go and rescue him, and thereby potentially leaving him to die in the cold or of an injury or wolves getting it or whatever? Or even though it's the Sabbath? Are you going to do the work and get the animal out of that hole anyways, right? It's depends on what you label as work. Saving the animal, helping a sick person, cooking a meal for an invalid. Yes, these are all jobs, but they're not. I don't know. My words aren't working well enough for me to explain this. Get it from here to here. You're not supposed to do regular toil. Like your normal stuff. The day is supposed to be about God, um, about your relationship with Him. But that doesn't mean you're not going to help someone if they need it. You know, I know like some Jewish people are still keeping to the um, do nothing on the Sabbath, so they can't cook or clean. All the food you're going to eat on Sabbath has to be prepared the night before. Everyone has to be bathed and everything the night before. You can't do anything but worship God on the Sabbath day. No electricity. I know there's stories in New York. They hire someone to sit in the elevator on Sabbaths so that as they come and go, they don't have to push the button. Because that's work, which is against the Sabbath law. So there's a bunch of different people, different takes on it. But at the end of the day, the Sabbath is supposed to be between you and your God and other fellows of the same belief. The fact that leap years are a thing offsets what day the Sabbath falls on due to leap years being a human construct. There is an argument for that. I'm not going to get into it. If you want, I can go and pull it all up for you, Brian. The Sabbath that the Seventh Day Adventist Church follows is the Jewish Sabbath. The calendar itself was changed to add the leap year and all of that, but the days of the week never changed. There's always only been 7 days of the week, and the number changed, but the day itself didn't change. The number day changed, but it was still a Monday. It was just like Monday the 15th instead of Monday the 13th or whatever. However, all the changes, the calendar thing happened. But that's a whole big thing, and my brain's not working well enough for me to share it with you. I'll send you a link. But the Jewish Sabbath has been kept on oh geez. There, let's just move that way over there. Keeps wanting to open a window. The Jewish Sabbath has been kept the same since time began. And the Jewish Sabbath wasn't originally the Jewish Sabbath either. It was the Sabbath. It was God's Sabbath. Just because the Jews follow it, it doesn't make it strictly their Sabbath. But yeah, there's a way the whole leap year thing, it all works out. I can send you a link to it. I just can't think right now. If Sunday is the first day out of 7, what else could Saturday be but the 7th day? Correct. But the Lord said that the 7th day would be the Sabbath day. Not the first day of the week, but the 7th day of the week. He specifically said the 7th day of the week. MSO, you may be too young to remember back in the late 60s, early 70s, the US had blue laws where certain businesses will not allowed to be open on Sundays. No, I don't remember that. I vaguely remember being a child and There's never anything open on a Sunday, but I don't think I realized what it for why, what the purpose or reason was. Um, but then when I was a child, I lived in a teeny tiny little town that always shut down by 6 o'clock in the evening, no matter what day it was. Rusty Grammar, that's a deep thought, Digger. I would feel morally obligated to rescue life over leaving it because of a particular day or time. To me, that would take precedent. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what God was saying. Do no work on the Sabbath day. That being said, if there's something in need of help, you're morally obligated to help it. It doesn't matter that it's the Sabbath day. If grandma's sick and you're caring for grandma, God doesn't expect you to just forget about grandma from sundown Friday to sundown Saturday, and then taking care of her again. No, you're still going to take care of her all through the Sabbath. There's a difference between working to better yourself and your situation on a Sabbath, or working because that work is helping someone else. It's like Jesus said, you're going to rescue the lamb. It doesn't matter if it's a Sabbath or not. You're not going to just not feed the farm animals because it's Sabbath day. They can just starve for the day. No, you're not going to do that, but you're not going to take those animals out and plow a field. Right? So that's the difference. Time is somewhat subjective, so define time. Well, and yeah, that's the thing too. And that's like I was saying to Brian with the whole leap year and calendar thing. How do you know that you're still on the right day? It really does depend. We just, the end of the day, would do the best we can with what we know. And that's all God wants, is he wants us to do the best we can, as far as we know how. He says in the Bible, in a few places, he says, those who are ignorant of the law will not be punished for breaking the law. Whereas someone who knows the law and still breaks it, those people will be punished, because they knew they were doing wrong. Right? So that's, from my understanding of God, that's key, because we're all sinful people. We're all flawed. It is impossible for human to be sin-free. That's why Jesus had to die, and be resurrected, was that his death could cover for our sins. It would pay for our sins, because we're human. We cannot be without sin. We can, however, choose to do better and be better and do our best not to sin. When we do sin, we have to be able to acknowledge it and go forth and sin no more. Learn from that, and don't do it again. Right? That's, from my understanding of God, that's what he's wanting from us. He doesn't expect us to be perfect. He knows that we can't be. That's why he sent Jesus to die for us. But he does expect us to be the best people we can be. And everyone is born with an innate sense of right and wrong. And that it's basically up to us to choose to do right or to do wrong. That's where free will comes in. He loved us first, and he would love for us to love him back. But he's not going to force us, because if he forces us to love him, that's not love, that's slavery. So he's given us that choice. Magic 8 Ball. They can't answer a phone. They can't watch TV. They can't use a Baldo. Can't do anything because it's a Sabbath. And it's funny because it like the scenario that I was telling you about, how they hire people who are not Jewish to sit and run the elevators on the Sabbath day, so that when they come and go from the synagogue, They're not the ones doing the work of pushing the button. Someone else is pushing the button. But there are even more fundamentalists who would say even that is breaking God's law because you're forcing someone else to work on the Sabbath for you. So again, it's very hard because everyone has their own opinion and everyone has their own interpretation. And I think that's um, a lot of the lessons that we find in the Bible are repeated throughout the Bible, because we're thick and we don't realize we don't learn our lesson the first time. As humans, we're very willful human beings. So yeah, it really depends on how far you want to take your understanding of those laws. Like I don't think God is going to kick me out of heaven because I cooked on the Sabbath. But I know that the Sabbath is supposed to be a day of rest. So if I were to claim to be a Seventh-day Adventist and claim to follow the Seventh-day Sabbath, and yet when my job schedules me for a shift on a Saturday, I just go and work, that's on me. That's my fault because I know better. And I mean, I always told when I was working and I was observing, I made sure that my employers knew, pardon me, knew that I wouldn't work on the Sabbath. And that was, something that I'd make sure they were aware of when they were hiring me. It's just kind of and there's a lot of stories of people whose bosses forced them to work on the Sabbath. And sometimes you just have to take that leap of faith, like the people during COVID with the shots. They did not want to take the shot for religious reasonings because of their religious beliefs. And they were told that didn't matter. So you take the shot or you lose your job. And a lot of people were forced into that position to make that decision. And at the end of the day, that's on you, you've got to choose whether you're going to follow his laws or not. And if you understand his law and you choose not to follow him, well, that's on you. Why can't we just do good every day? Asks Rusty Grammar. Well, we can and we should. That's, the Sabbath is a special day of rest where you commune with your God and with your fellow believers. It's a day of resting and renewing your faith, of strengthening your bonds with your fellow believers. Doesn't mean you can go and be a dick all week long. But it's different in a special way. You're not supposed to be toiling. You're not supposed to be worrying about working to make a buck or cover the bills or all of that. It's a day when you put the worldly things aside and you just concern yourself with godly things. Studying your Bible and sharing the word with others. So there's a special rest connotation to it, where you're not supposed to be paying attention to worldly things. Late Night Ramblings is saying Jesus taught on the Sabbath. He also taught that it was lawful to do good on the Sabbath. Exactly. Yeah. Teaching is not, okay, so there's a teacher in there in the chat. Teaching is a hard job. Teaching is a job, and it's really, really tough, especially in the world as it is today. Teachers have a real hard time. However, sharing God's word is not a hardship. Sharing God's word with others is a good thing. Okay, so see, okay, AP's bringing up the Gregorian calendar. The thing with the Gregorian calendar, they added they subtracted a number of days from the year. So the number day changed, but they didn't change how many days were in a week. There's always 7 days in a week. So just because the whatever day, the Thursday was a Tuesday, the Thursday was a Thursday the 12th, but now it's Thursday the 14th. It's still Thursday. So even with the change of the calendar, the days remained the same, and it was still they didn't change the Thursday to a Monday. It was still a Thursday. It just the number day changed. Yeah, we're always supposed to do good, not just the Sabbath. Reverend Digger, no, not by a long chalk. I'm just learning. I used to call myself a baby Christian. I was brand spanking new, just didn't know anything, just barely starting out. I consider myself now a toddler Christian. I know enough now that I know right from wrong. I know enough now that like a toddler, if someone says no, I know what no means. And I should obey that. So if I choose to disobey, that's on me. If I was doing wrong as a baby Christian, that wasn't on me because I didn't know any better. But now that I'm a toddler and I know the right and wrongs of some things, I can choose to do right or I can choose to disobey. And that's on me. So I consider myself a toddler now. Nowhere near reverend. John 14:6 is the ultimate verse. All right. Hang on. Can I can reach. Ha ha ha. There we go. Yes. Digger's Bible study. Choo. Nope, too far. There we go. Said John 14, eh? Yeah. John 14, verse 6. Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Okay, see, yeah, I knew I had to go and look that up because I see someone quote like a John and I'm automatically thinking, what is it, 3:16? Because Steve Austin made that so popular. I mean, it was a fairly popular verse before that too, but hello, my boopery. Hello, love. How you doing? It is the ultimate verse. He's telling you exactly, clearly, and simply what is needed. To have faith in Jesus is the way to God. And then by having faith in God, you choose to obey. Like there's a big discussion over being saved through faith or saved through your works. From my understanding, you are saved through faith, but because of your faith, you choose to do good, and so your works are good. And so yeah, I don't know. It's a big debate and discussion, legalism, and over my head. From my understanding, it's just if you have faith and you believe, then you're going to want to do good. and doing good is what he wants. He wants you to be the best person you you are able to be. That's what he wants from us. Or have lamb chops. Speak for yourself. I'm perfect. My bad, AP. My bad. You might very well be perfect. I am not. Not by a long chalk, but you might be. So. So in other words, the homies in the hood that finna be ignorant, sorry, might be off scot free in their judicial system, but Judgment Day is still coming. Yes, exactly, exactly. So leave the worldly things to the world. That's not all we can worry about is being the best person we can be. Um, God will judge, you know, God will take care of it all. It's in his hands. It's not for us. Um, our job is simply to love ourselves and love others and to love him first and foremost. Back then, they would have had to taken shots for me before I succumbed to an experimental jab. I saved my entire family by being crazy foil hat guy. Yeah. Granted, only a couple of my grandparents were. Yeah, I am crazy tinfoil hat person in my family too. I'm the only one in my extended family on all sides. I'm the only one who didn't take a single shot. Um, Now my family is fun. I was worried about my family because they're still taking their boosters to this now in this day. Far fetched with everything that's come out, they're still taking their boosters. Um, and my mom cracked wise. This is my family. I was upset because I'm the only one that didn't take the jab. And what happens? God forbid, what if I'm right and they're all gone? And my mom looked at me and she said, "Well, Annie, if you're right, you're going to be rich because there's going to be no one but you to inherit everything." Which isn't quite what I was looking for. I was honestly upset and concerned about my family, about them all dying off on me. But my mom put me in my place. And to be fair, we thank God we didn't lose a single person um, to the COVID or to the shots. Thank God. Um, we didn't lose anyone. So I am not the last remaining member of my family. Thank God. But yeah, I never understood why people would take a shot of something that's never been like they allegedly, like we know better now, but at the time they were trying to tell us this COVID illness was a brand new illness that they'd never seen before ever. But suddenly out of nowhere, they miraculously managed to come up with not one, not two, not three, but 4 different cures for this brand new illness that no one's ever seen before. And they were all be able to come up with these cures all at the same time. So they could all be launched at the same time. Miracle of miracles. Like if that wasn't weird enough for you to go, there's something a little wrong here. I don't know what is, you know. I didn't take it for the simple fact of I've got health issues and I'm on a lot of meds. And these are new meds, and we have no idea what interaction they will have with all the other meds that I'm already on. So I didn't want to risk it. That meant that I had to go and shop at a special time of day when us dirty and vaxxed were allowed to go and shop in stores. And then they would, clean the stores completely and allow the normal people who took their shots come in and shop in the stores. It was wild. It was wild. I was not allowed to leave my province because I wasn't going to be allowed on anything. I wasn't going to be allowed on a bus or plane or a boat or a train, nothing. I wasn't allowed to leave because I didn't take a shot. And like I said, I didn't take it. It wasn't for a religious purpose or anything. I simply didn't take it because I didn't know what the side effects would be with my other medications. And to be honest, to this day, I don't understand why more people didn't think that through and think, yeah, maybe we should wait and see what the side effects are on people after they've been on this medicine for like 10 years. Let's see what happens before we just start throwing more poisons into our body. But apparently that was a rare thought. Hello, D-Wat. How you doing, bud? Teaching was never broke Shabbat. That's right. Jesus was a teacher and teaching the word. If you're saying my mother was or is a Catholic school teacher, there you go. Now, don't get me wrong either. I mean, I know I brought up the Sabbath, and I mentioned about why we do it sundown Friday to sundown Saturday. That was the Sabbath that Jesus kept, so that's the Sabbath that we keep. As opposed to, like I had said, as opposed to people like the Catholic Church that do their Sabbath on the Sunday. And it is, I'm not downing, I'm not saying anything bad about Catholics. I have, nothing but the greatest respect for everyone. All I am pointing out is that the Catholic Church themselves say in their own writings, in their own fundamental or foundational writings, that they changed the Sabbath from the Saturday to the Sunday. And in my mind, I can't go along with that, right? Because they're changing God's law. They changed God's law without God. So that's why I follow the sundown Friday to sundown Saturday Sabbath. That's it. I think there's going to be a ton of Catholics in heaven when we all get there. I don't think God is going to say, "Oh, you did everything right and you were a good person and you had a good heart, but you went to church on Sunday, so see ya." I don't think God will do that. Again, I think God punishes us for breaking the laws that we know. And if people don't know or understand the Sabbath truth, God's not going to hold that against them. So, because I don't want people to think that I'm saying that if you go to church on Sunday, you're screwed, because that's not what I'm saying at all. It's not what I'm saying at all. Considering it, because they're old and watch lamestream news. They're grateful for listening to the conspiracy grandson. Well, yeah, that's awesome, Rusty. And it's great that they were, willing and able to listen. It's funny. I was surprised. My parents raised me with the ability to use logic and reasoning, common sense. These are things my parents, drummed into me, and I'm very thankful for that. And the fact that my mother, who also has a lot of health issues and who's been on a zillion and one different medicines all her life, simply and easily and happily lined up and said, "Give it to me," without being concerned about any side effects that may happen. Surprised the heck out of me. My dad and stepmom decided to take the shots after they went to church, because our church sent doctors to the various churches to explain what COVID was, what was happening, what the shots were, how they worked. And these people were supposed to be explaining everything so that people would have their own options. But what a lot of the people did in the churches was basically tell people that you needed to take the shot or you were going to die. And so, and that issue is actually part of a major part of what's causing the sifting and shaking of my church, my world church right now, is because of the fact that half the church and the heads of the world church pushed the vax. They pushed the vax and would not sign religious exemption notes. They wouldn't do anything like that. They pushed the vax, and because of that, there's pastors being fired from churches they've worked at forever. There's arguments and breaking ups happening all the way through the church from the very top to the very bottom. And it's sad, but it is what it is. It's you know, it is what it is. But see, there you go, Robert Cornell. You're saying the same thing too. Technically, preachers work on Sundays, and some even do it twice. Exactly. Preaching, sharing the word, teaching is not work. Just like if you're a doctor and it's your Sabbath, but someone breaks their leg, you're not going to go, okay, well, I can see you're in pain and, oh, yeah, that looks awful. And you might want to maybe stop the bleeding or reset the bone or something, but it's Sabbath still. So we'll just sit here. We'll just wait. And as soon as the sun goes down, I'll fix you. That's not what God wants. That's not what he's saying. When he says to do no work, on 6 days thou shalt labor, and on the seventh thou shalt rest. He's not saying that you're just supposed to ignore the hurting or sick person. You're not, you're still supposed to do good, and you're still supposed to help people. It's just you're not supposed to be doing worldly things, concentrating on worldly events. Days are still the same. Thank you, DWAT. Yeah, the numbers may have changed, but the days are still the same. The months and the number of months may have changed, but the 7 days stayed the same. And it was still a Tuesday when they changed it, or whatever day it was, right? Like if it was on a Monday when they changed to the Gregorian calendar, it was still a Monday. It was just a Monday on a Gregorian calendar instead of Monday on the, I want to say Confucius, but that's not the right one. On the previous calendar. I'm sure it starts with a C. Yeah. I can't remember what the previous calendar. No, it was the Julianic calendar, I think it was. So it starts with a J, not a C. But either way, the point is they changed the numbers and they changed the months, but they didn't actually change the days. Rusty saying that's not King James version, but same sentiment. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing. What I'm paraphrasing, and I'm talking my understandings of. And like I said, I'm just a toddler. I'm just learning. I may have stuff wrong. Late night ramblings saying nothing wrong with being a baby. Jesus even said, unless we change and become like the children, we will never enter the gates of heaven. That's true. So we have to start over, and we have to start learning. And that's the key, is as long as we keep learning and understanding. And I guess the biggest thing is, like, I believe we are all built with or born with the understanding of right and wrong. I think we're all born with it. I think it's an innate ability that comes with the package, and it's up to us whether we choose to listen to that and obey it or not. But I don't think there's anyone who's born evil. Yeah, not saying they changed the day. Leap years was brought up earlier, and I'm just saying who created the calendar the world uses and why. Gotcha. Well, I'm screwed then. That's about 17 minutes, or no, sorry, 13 minutes ago, AP. So I'm not sure why you thought, well, you're screwed then. But thanks for the laugh. Ephesians 2 verses 8 through 9, faith and not by works alone. Yes. I think you choose to do good works because you want to do good, and you want to do good because you have faith in God. Pop in and say hi. I will. Okay. Oh, I'm way over too. D-What is saying, by the way, good afternoon, my digga in chat. Didn't expect Bible talk. Well, we're going through important quotes. And actually we're not even in the biblical quotes. We're in the law and tyranny section of the quotes, but we've kind of tripped into a Bible study, which is not, the worst thing. And now make sure I'm on 223. That way I don't have to panic next week. There. I was halfway through typing that one out before I saw your comments, says Rusty to Late Night Ramblings. Late Night had mentioned Ephesians. Still taking boosters. I know. It's, I know. My little brother, healthier than a pig in shit. I like to joke that I'm the eldest. My parents made me, and they put all the bad DNA, all the broken DNA, all the stuff into me, so that when they then got together and made my little brother, there was nothing left for him. So he came out gorgeous. He came out healthy. He came out tall. He, because I took all of their broken DNA bits so that they could make the good child. But even he's taken the boosters and his children, and suddenly he's got MS. This thing that has never been anything but ginormous and healthy and brah, and suddenly he's got MS. Like, where the hell does that come from? I'm the one with all the illnesses. I'm the one with the neurological diseases. I'm the one with, how is it that he's suddenly got MS? And this is just my opinion only, but I believe it has to do with the shots. But he's still taking them. So, even with the proof that the jab is useless, yeah, they're still taking the jabs because the news hasn't told them that the proof is out there. I tried to tell them the proof was out there before the world admitted that what the truth was. Even back at the beginning, I saw what the truth was, and I was sharing it with family and friends. I had a friend that I've had since grade 4. Literally, he and I have known each other since grade 4. But because in the beginning of the COVID thing, I was sharing on Facebook stuff that wasn't getting shared by the mainstream, he took offense to that. And rather than just ignore those posts, he chose to end our friendship. Just like that. Didn't need to discuss anything. Didn't want to know my reason for my beliefs. He didn't, like I said, it was Facebook posts. It would have been simple for him to just not look at them. But instead, he chose to break up our friendship. We've known each other since grade 4. We went to grad together. But rather than ignore the posts or ask me about it, he chose to end the friendship. That's it. So yeah, I'm not welcome on Facebook anymore anyways, but I haven't talked to a lot of my friends on the coast since that because I'm afraid I'm going to lose more friends. And it's wild and it's stupid and it makes no sense. I understand this. What kind of friends are they if I never ever talk to them? So I might, I would have been better off talking to them. And if we disagreed on something, then we could either agree to disagree or that friendship would be ended. But rather than facing that situation, I chose to do what I do and just put it in the back in a box. And just, if I never talk to them, then we can't have that discussion and the potential breakup. So as long as I don't talk to them again, we're still friends in my head. Weird. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's how I worked. But yeah, and then this last election, I saw a lot of them were Kamala Harris fans, so that reinforced my God, I'm never going to talk to them again, or I will lose them all as friends. D what is saying, even it's not even tinfoil hat territory anymore. They already admitted it. I know, but they admitted it, but they didn't shout it from the rooftops, and they didn't get all the mainstream medias to say anything. So there's a lot of people in the world that don't realize that they've admitted it. My parents, we don't talk about COVID at all anymore, at all, because we had to just not talk about it. Otherwise, it was going to cause a fraction in the family. Thankfully, I live so far away that we didn't have to worry about well, I didn't take a jab, so I'm not welcome at the family Christmas dinner. We didn't have to deal with that because I'm not there. So, we were able to, as long as we just don't talk about it at all, if we pretend it's not a thing, then we can just go on with life and everything's fine. Right. Not the healthiest way, but that's how my family does things. Bad things happen, it gets boxed up and it gets chucked in the back. And then we pretend it never happened, never existed, and we just go on with life. And it's good. Rusty saying, I could never be an IV drug user because I don't even want to get blood drawn for a test, let alone inject something into my body. Yeah, see, and I'm the opposite. I don't mind. I've been ill basically my entire life. And until I was 30, one of my main illnesses didn't exist, or rather it existed, but they didn't believe that it existed. So they told me I was lying, that I was making it up, that I didn't really feel the pain that I felt, that I wasn't sick and tired and la la la. But because they didn't believe that it existed, they kept testing for other stuff. And they've been taking blood out of me since I was like 4 or 5 years old. They've been taking blood and doing different tests and needles here, needles there, and IV saline drips because I'm always dehydrated. And so needles don't bother me at all. I'm lucky I didn't become an IV drug user because I use drugs to function in the world. I needed uppers. I never became an IV drug user because I didn't need a downer. I'm as down can be. I don't need to get any downer. I needed to be sped up. So I was lucky with that. Poor Rusty. I couldn't even get a tattoo. It's just not a thing for me. No way. Aw. I loved my tattoos. If I hadn't learned the fact that God doesn't want us to be tattooed, I probably would either have just gotten a new one or would be just about to get my new one. I always hated the fact that I'm lopsided. All my tattoos are on my left side. I always planned on getting another one on this shoulder and another one on this arm so that it was balanced, because my OCD doesn't like the fact that I'm unbalanced. But in between getting that fixed and this one done and getting to this point where it's time for a new one, I learned that God doesn't like that. So now I'm just going to be lopsided. But yeah, I'd have a lot more tattoos by now if I hadn't learned that. I really enjoyed the tattooing experience. I was for a long time I was tossing around the idea of getting a brand. The only reason I hadn't done it was because I wasn't sure what I wanted the brand to be yet. I've already got an Ouroboros, so a second Ouroboros didn't really make sense to me. But yeah, I would have been branded by now too. AP thing. I know everyone hating on Catholics. I don't care. I take no offense. Well, and that's just it. I'm not hating on Catholics. I disagree with one decision that their higher ups made way back, like hundreds of years. I disagree with that one thing. That doesn't mean I hate Catholics or I don't think they're going to be in heaven or anything like that. I just from my end, I understand the Sabbath in a different way, but that's it. It's like my the head pastor at my church, he likes to say this a lot. He said, I know there are going to be a lot of wonderful, beautiful Catholics in heaven. I know there's going to be a lot of wonderful people of all the religions in heaven. And I know there's going to be a lot of SDAs that aren't in heaven. It's understanding the Sabbath truth is not your make it or break it into heaven. And again, God will judge you on the things you know and understand, you know. Neurodivergent one, if you are still here, I'm like a half hour over now. If you wanted to, I can probably wrap it up in a little bit here. If you wanted to find someone to raid on Rumble side, that would be cool. You know how to do it better than me. Hello, Duct Tape. How you doing? Good to see you. 3 times in the South? I'm not sure what you were talking about 3 times in the South, Lexi. I kind of know a bit about the Torah, not a lot, but a little bit. And hello, Duct Tape. I'm glad you were able to make it. Yes. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Fix their busted leg ASAP. Right? Jesus wouldn't just sit there and watch him be in pain. You know, he'd oh, I know what you're trying, lunar. Yeah, no, I'm thinking it's the Julian calendar was what I was looking for. The Julian, yeah, it was the Julian calendar. Thank you. Even from the mouth of babes, word will be spoken. Psalm 119. I think that's. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one with all the different parts. I haven't done a proper deep dive study on that one yet. I mean, I've read it. I haven't done a deep dive on it yet. My favorite. Now again, I'm bad with numbers and with names, so I'm also a really awful book owner. It's not going to register much, but I fold over the corners of pages that I need, and I write in the margins of my Bible. It was so hard when I first started writing in the Bible. It felt like I was, doing something wrong, but started doing proper Bible studies on the regular, and I've got notes all throughout this thing now. My the psalm that I tend to read most often is Psalm 25. That's why I've got it marked. It's a plea for deliverance and forgiveness, and I find myself needing to go with that one a lot more often than I'd like. But the other one, it's just a couple over. It's just the very next page. It's not going to register. Psalm 28, and that's rejoicing in an answered prayer. And a lot of times we forget to do that bit. When times are tough and things are going wrong, we're all about the praying. Lord God, please help me with this thing, or so and so is ill and we need your healing. Please. It's very well, I won't say it's very rare, but it's a lot less often that we give prayer in thanks for the answering of a prayer, or just for our blessings in general. Miracles happen every day. It's just that we're so used to them sometimes that we don't even acknowledge them. But getting into a car and driving to a different location, it's a miracle that you make it there in one piece. Now, people do it every day. It doesn't make it any less miraculous. It just means that we're not as aware of that anymore. We're not aware of the fact that it is a miracle, but it is every time we get onto a plane and it takes off. It's a miracle that it manages to come back down and land us all safely in another place. There's a lot of things that are miraculous that we just take for granted. The air that we breathe is clean. The water that we drink is safe. These are miracles. These are wonderful things that not everyone has. So we've got to remember to pray in thanks as well as when we're in need. Yes, I know my little brother, he's got a neurological disease now too. And he won't, because my family grew up with me. The doctors couldn't tell me what was wrong with me. So they said I was making it up. So my mom and dad and my little brother, they spent their lives growing up with me being told that I was making it up, that I was faking it, that I was lying. They, that's their life understanding. I get it, Kat. I get it. That's their understanding, is that I was lying and making it up, that I'm faking it. And now it's been 15, 16 years since I got some diagnoses and I started being able to get treatment. But they spent their entire lives thinking that I'd made it up. So they still act like that, right? Like it didn't. That's a whole nother big, deep situation. My brother, even though I've got a lot of experience in these things, he won't listen to me. He little tips and tricks that I've had to take years to learn, that I want to share with him to help make his life easier. He won't listen to, because he thinks that he doesn't think that I'm actually sick, so he doesn't think that I know anything. Basically, I'm telling him my tips and tricks on how to ease my made up pains, my made up illnesses, right? Because he grew up, he's my little brother, so he grew up his entire life, as far as his understanding in life was that I was just lying and making this stuff up. So that's how he was born and raised. And you can say, yeah, here's a diagnosis, I'm not making it up, but they've still spent their entire lives thinking I'm making it up. And so it's just habit. He's not going to take anything I have to say, because he doesn't think it's going to work for him. Because I don't know, that's a whole nother situation. That's a whole topic for another. It's weird. They know I'm sick, right? Like they know I'm sick, but it's just that we've got a lifetime of treating me one way. And so I still get treated that way, It's not a thing. We all get along really well and all that. We don't talk very much. My family is very good. We don't talk at all. And if bad things happen, like I said, we just box it up, tie it up really tight and chuck it in the back and then forget it ever happened. And we just blot it out. It's just like it never happened. And that's how we continue to coexist. None of the bad things ever happened. And part of that is me being sick. Hello, Darth. How you doing, Dorothy? AP saying all of my 5 doctors for MS told me to get the jab. I have 5 different doctors now. Yep. Oh, there's drama going on. Is there? I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at your live. That's okay. Friends are overrated sometimes. JK, good to see you, Buck. Well, Digger, we don't all get along at all, or we don't get along at all, and yet I'm here for some reason. I know, right? I just can't stand you, and yet you keep showing up. I'm teasing. Darth says my grandma's 92 and won't shut the fuck up about COVID. And when I'm getting the jab, I finally had to tell her to shut the fuck up about it. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I did it all right. Now just stop. Hello, Rygod. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Oh, Darth, that's not fair. Digger has a very rare medical condition called being a woman. Only 53% of the world have this condition. I know. It's a very rare condition and it's awful. It's just awful, I tell you. SDA, single direct attack. That's what Bruce Lee called it. That's funny. Wasn't he? No, 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 not Bruce Lee. I'm thinking of someone else. There was another um, fighter from that era that was actually Seventh Day Adventist. I don't think it was Bruce Lee though. Being Asian, religion isn't really as big a thing. He got allegedly, the gangs came and took him out because he was going against his government. Vatican II destroyed the Catholic Church. What's Vatican II? I don't know what Vatican II is. They need Latin Mass again. I don't know. It was nice and showy, but if no one understands, I mean, that's how that's how the Protestant movement came to be, is the fact that they were doing masses in Latin, they were reading from the Bible in Latin, and they were interpreting the Bible for their people, and the people had no idea what the Bible said. And the Protestant movement was about letting the people be able to read the Bible themselves and to understand what it has to say in it. But in so doing, it took made a lot of trouble for the Catholic Church at that time, because a lot of the pastors in church were touting things that weren't actually in the Bible, but because it was in Latin and the bulk of the people couldn't read it, no one knew any better. And the Protestant movement started, and people started being able to get their hands on parts of the Bible and be able to read it because it's in a language they understand. And they started realizing that they were being sold a bill of lies. And that's really how the Protestant movement, that was their big thing, was bringing the Bible back to the people and putting it back in the people's hands. That's Freemasonry. Oh, that's a whole nother. If you want to talk about Freemasonry, you got to come and watch Mighty Meat and I on Rumble, on Mighty Meat's Rumble channel. On Wednesdays, we're just about finished the Mystery Babylon series. We talk about how all the secret societies came to be, and how they work within society and within the American government specifically, to take over and take control. Wonderful series. I've had a blast doing that one. There's 25,000 sects of Protestants. Exactly. The basis was get the English Bible into the hands of the people. But once that happened, there's a zillion different people all reading the Bible with a zillion different interpretations. And there's one Catholic church which Christ started. That's not true. Christ never started the Catholic Church. Catholic Church didn't exist until hundreds of years after Christ, or 100 years after Christ. Jesus started Christianity. Catholicism was born out of Christianity, but it is not Christianity as Jesus taught. There are differences, but that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. Like the Catholic Church claims that St. Peter was their first pope. St. Peter died years and years and years before there ever was a Catholic Church. Meow. Okay, yes, I know, my girls. I'm really late. I've gone almost a full hour over what I'm supposed to be doing, and these girls are being patient. Gosh darn it, they're starving. Can you tell? Can you just see? I never ever fed them before in their lives. This is going to be their first. But really, I should switch it up soon. So I'll go through these really quick. Darth says, I fold entire pages in half because those creases are easier to smooth than corner creases. Oh, okay. I only use the corner. I crease to where I need to remember where I want to start. So that's why some of them are teeny tiny and some of them are half page. Which translation and publisher? I am using a New King James Version. It's a prophecy study edition. And the publisher is Amazing Facts. Boo, boo, boo. There we go. Oh, no, published in Nashville, Tennessee by Thomas Nelson, a registered trademark of HarperCollins Christian Publishing. There you go. And then this one, as I said, it's a prophecy study edition, which I have not put to use yet, but here we go. There. This is the Bible. This is a short bit of a concordance, as well as all the prophecy study materials. So there's a whole lot of extra information in here. The Encyclopedic Index. They've got the list of the prayers of the Bible, the harmony of the Gospels. Weights, Moneys, and Measures. We've got the Old Testament chronology in here. So there's an awful lot of extra stuff in my particular Bible. But yeah, it's a New King James. I've got a King James version as well. I prefer the old-timey wording. Probably just because that's what I memorized. That's what I learned growing up. So I do prefer the wording in the King James version. But I have also got the Strong's Concordance. I keep pointing over there. It's right where I got my Bible. It's all in a stack. I use them every day, so they just sit right there so I can grab them. But I've got the Strong's Concordance as well, which is great. A concordance is a thing. It matches up what the different versions of the Bible, as well as different, like the Torah, different religious works, and they're all combined together so that you can read. Like, for example, I can go in here and I can read Genesis 15 verse 10, but then I can go and look up Genesis 15 verse 10 in the Strong's Concordance, and it's going to give me that verse as it was written in all the different religious books, and that way you can compare and see if there's any differences in the translations. You can get off the table. Thank you. You can look at the meanings of certain words, because a word in English used in the English version may, in fact, in the Hebrew might have a different meaning. So it goes into the meanings of the words so that you get a deeper understanding of the lesson being taught. It does. I found it helps quite a bit. I've also got a group, the Advent Defense League. They're on YouTube. They're really great. They're apologetics. They do apologetics, which sounds bad. It sounds like you're apologizing for what you believe in. So I that's what had me checking them out in the first place. My friends told me about them, and I thought, apologetics, why are you apologizing for what you believe? But it's not. They just, in what they do, using the Bible and the Bible alone, they go through and explain what we believe or why we believe a certain thing, and they use the Bible to show how and why we believe it. So they do a lot of videos saying, anti-SDA videos saying we're a cult, for example. Apparently SDAs are a cult. That's something I've heard time and time and time again. I've never seen anything. They've never asked for all of my money. They've never asked me to give everything up and go and work like an indentured servant. It doesn't feel like a cult to me. But what can you do? I've got eSword, actually. Yeah, I've got the eSwords downloaded on my PC. Actually, it's basically it's got the Strong's dictionary in it, or the Strong's concordance within eSword. Are Canadians allowed to read the New American Standard Translation? I don't know. Is the New American Standard Translation, is that the one that Trump made with the Constitution and Bill of Rights in the front of it? I found that to be very funny, because you're supposed to keep separate church and state, and yet he's shoving it all in there together in the Trump Bible. But is that the New American Standard? I'm not sure. They're marvelous, but they're not miraculous. We were made in his image. Okay. I kind of still think they're miracles. They're just miracles we don't pay attention to anymore. McDonnell Douglas plans are good to go. Oh, cool. Okay, Ashleon is doing a duck stream. It's relaxing and you can get your own duck. Okay. You're not a quackhead though, Darth. Well, that's okay. D what's saying anyways, I'm not religious, but eSword is great. You can download all the different versions, the Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, and Latin. Not so bloated like the logo software. Yes. Interesting. Well, that's cool. I enjoy discussing religion with anyone, but it's interesting talking to people who don't consider themselves particularly religious. So yeah, we should have chat sometime. Do you what? Like I were talking on Mighty's yesterday with the Mystery Babylon. It's weird because what do you do? Like, we're watching the world is going to shit. World War III, for all intents and purposes, has been started. They may not have called it that yet, but it started. And what do you do? Mighty was saying, for people like me, I believe in God, and so no matter how bad it gets here, I have the solace in knowing that there is, at the end of it all, the good win. At the end of it all, no matter how bad it gets, at the end, we're all going to be okay. We're going to be okay. God is good, and so it's going to be okay. Even if I don't end up being one of the ones making it into heaven for whatever reason, I still feel solace knowing that God does win at the end. So I'm curious how people who don't have a God to lean on and believe on, what do you do when the world's gone to shit? Like, what do you rely on? What do you lean on to keep going? I'm curious. I'm not like trying to be, attacking or anything. I'm genuinely curious. Mighty was kind of at a loss. He doesn't really know. He doesn't know what to do. The world is going to shit, and there's nothing you can do. It seems like he's kind of. It would be, to me, it would be a very scary place to be in. The world's going to shit. There's nothing you can do to make it any better, and you just got to watch it go. And there's nothing. At the very least, I know even if I don't make it into heaven, I know that heaven exists, and I know that God wins in the end, and I know the good people are going to be preserved. So I've got that solace, I guess. JKD Buck. Yeah, my wife has degenerative spine disease and a messed up SI joint. Her pain is nerves and bone grinding on bone, and some people think she's full of it. Yeah, if you've got a disease that isn't, it's, yeah, the invisible diseases. The invisible diseases, and they suck. I mean, I was 30 before they decided to acknowledge that fibro exists. So I spent 30 years of life being told that I was faking it, that I was making it up, that the pain that I felt wasn't really there. It was all in my head. And I was, just a liar, a lying liar who lies. And that's how my parents and my brother were told, right? I'm just making it up. It's all in my head. I'm a lying liar who lies. And so even though, I finally got um a result, and we were able to start doing treatments, and like, you can't cure it, but you can alleviate some of the issues that come with it. But even though I've had that for 15 years now, my little brother grew up knowing that his sister is a lying liar who lies, who doesn't really hurt. She doesn't really feel sick. She doesn't really feel scared. She's just making it up because she, whatever, wants attention or what. I don't even know why he would think I was making it up, but he was raised, told that I'm making it up. So even though I've had a diagnosis for 15 years now, it's just his natural default setting. So when I try and give him advice on things that have helped me, his natural default setting is I'm a lying liar who lies. I just made it all up. So I'm not going to bother listening to anything she has to say because she doesn't know what she's talking about. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah. Should have seen me tear into the eye doctors about my intermittent visual snow that persists to this day. Fun times. Yeah. Yeah. It's the worst thing in the world when you hurt or something's wrong, something's broken, and no one believes you. No one believes you at all. I mean, by the time I finally got a diagnosis, I was starting to believe that I was making it up, that it was all in my head, and that I'm a lying liar who lies. Like, I had been told that for so long that I was starting to believe it. And when I finally had a doctor who tested me and said, "Oh, wait a minute, I think you've got this. Go see the specialist." It was like, wait, what? And then I went and saw the specialist. She said, yes, that's exactly what's wrong with you. This is what it is. We have no idea what causes it. There's no cure for it, but this is what it is. You do have this. I acknowledge that the pain you're feeling is real. That was huge. That changed my life. Unfortunately, you spend 30 years being told a truth, you believe it, and it's very hard to stop believing it, right? My little brother and I, we rarely see each other. We rarely speak. We never see each other, right? So there's been no time for him to adjust. In his head, I will always be the faker, because he hasn't lived with me day to day and seen the day-to-day stuff that I go with, because it's on the inside. There's no bruises, there's no broken bones, there's no, pus and snot and phlegm, and I look fine. I look totally fine. My legs are killing me. My feet feel like they're, broken glass or rocks that are just being squished together and rubbing on each other. My back is killing me. I can't wait to stop the stream and take the bra off, because the thing that goes around this way makes it so that it hurts to breathe. These are just some of the things that I'm dealing with in this moment, but you can't see any of it. And so, he grew up all his life just looking at me and being told that I'm faking it. And so even to this day, I'm faking it, right? Like, I can't possibly have any understanding of what he's going through because I was just faking it, right? So it's a thing. But like I said, my family, we're really great. Anything bad or harmful or hard to deal with, anything like that, we box it up, we tie it up tight, we chuck it in the back, and we forget it ever happened. We don't actually deal with the stuff and move on from that. We just pretend it never happened. It never existed. Never, never. Darth, my family tries to deal with shit like Digger's family. I'm the great big monkey wrench in their bullshit. Yeah, no, see, I'm a ready and willing accomplice. I box it up, tie it up tight, and pretend it never happened, just like the rest of them. That's how we exist in my family. You don't want me to rage you, Darth? Oh, do you what? Saying apparently Darth blocked me, didn't know he was here. So Dorothy, if you accidentally or purposely blocked D what, he's here and he's saying hi. Yeah, Bruce Lee invented Jeet Kune or Kundo. He's the 1 inch punch, right? But he didn't have anything to do with Seventh Day Adventists. But there was one of the fighters in that era that was an SDI, I thought. I just smoked that entire joint, says Darth Hideous. Yeah. We have a word for people like that, says Darth. Heretic. That was 15 minutes ago, so I don't know what you're calling a heretic. But there you go. Oh, no one's seeing Darth. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's why. You guys aren't seeing Darth because Darth's in Rumble. That's why you're not seeing him. Darthy's over in Rumble. And you guys are all hanging out in YouTube. So that's why you're not seeing him. Thank you, Buck. Mighty Meat's channel. He dropped the link, and I will drop it over here in the Rumbles. Oops, nope. Mighty Meat on Rumble is days at 5:30 p.m. PST. There we go. So thank you for dropping that. So yeah, and D, what turns out he didn't block you. He's on Rumble. Thank you. Constantine started the Catholic Church. And yeah, that was way, way long. Jesus was so far dead and resurrected and gone. 100 years, I believe it was, before the Catholic Church came around. And like I said, they claim Peter as their first pope, but Peter was dead long before the Catholic Church started as well. And so that's a whole nother discussion, though, whether or not they're the Pope or started Catholicism or whatever. That's a whole history debate. Depends on the interpretation of what year the Catholic Church was founded. Yeah. D what? I've got to buy me a coffee. It's on the ticker tape down there at the bottom of the screen if you'd like. That's lovely. Well, shit, you know what I could do? We could just continue this now, and I just won't go live in an hour. Because I'm supposed to be streaming the Chatting with Chat in an hour. But I'm having fun. I don't need to. I mean, I can feed the cats and keep going if you'd rather. We can just keep going now and then turn this into a Chatting with Chat. I can do that. Use sword, it's much quicker. Yeah, I know. Rygod saying, "Cool Digger, I'll check it out. I enjoy a debate." Yeah, the Mystery Babylon series has been phenomenal, and it's really cool doing it with Mighty. When we started it, like I said, I considered myself a baby Christian, didn't really know much of anything. All I knew was that I believed in Jesus and I believed in God. And that's all I knew. And that's how we started it. And Mighty is a scientist. That's how he works, is science. Everything's got to be hypothesized and tested and proven. And so it's very interesting to have the discussions with him on things like God. We've been able to have some really good conversations because of his unbelief and my very small amount of knowledge. We've been able to learn quite a bit together. And Mighty said he believes that there has to be a creator, but that's as far as he's gotten. he doesn't know if the creator is God as I understand him, or he could just be some, some dork living in his parents' basement with Cheeto fingers playing a simulation game. That could be the creator of this world. He's not sure what that creator is. But he does believe that there's a creator at this point. So, and I'm a little bit further along too. So it's helped quite a bit, and um, it's really interesting as we got further along and we start diving into the secret societies and seeing how one is blended into the other, is turned into the next, and how they all insidiously have worked their way into politics, into everyday life. They have huge amounts of control over things um, that they really shouldn't. But they have it because they've been able to do these things in secret. And so they get away with it. I don't trust Seventh-day Adventurers in general, but Digger seems okay. Well, thank you, Dorothy. I also work with the Seventh-day Adventurer, and she seems way cultier than Digger. Fair enough. Yeah, I consider myself an SDA. Their fundamental beliefs are ones that I can get behind. There's some that I may not understand enough to be sure on. I mean, that the Archangel Michael was Jesus in his non-human form. That seems to make sense. I haven't seen anything for or against it yet. So, and that's why I chose Seventh-day Adventists. I as far as my understanding is, I can get behind those 28 fundamental beliefs. The biggest thing that made me choose SDA was they're the only religion I have ever met ever anywhere who tells me this is what I believe. Now go find out for yourself. Now do your own research. Now go read your Bible and decide if you agree. I've never met any other church anywhere that says, do your own research. And that, I love that. That just, that's me. Anyone who says, don't believe me, believe the word of the person who's trying to make you believe it, right? Like you gotta go to the start of it all and then decide for yourself. Do your own research. And I love that. That's one of my biggest rules is do your own research. Don't just accept what people tell you as Brits. You have to go out and do your own research and make sure you understand why you agree, why you believe the things you believe. You have to understand them. So that's another big reason why I chose SDA. SDAs have been in my family. My dad and his two sisters were raised very, very Roman Catholic. And they thought God hated everyone. He was this awful, mean, hellfire and brimstone God. And I guess my aunt found SDAs in the 70s. But my dad was almost in his mid 40s before he decided to choose Seventh-day Adventures or Adventists as his church. And I mean, it took me until I was in my late 30s before I decided that I believed in God and started looking for a church. I was never really a fan of organized religion, but I have read in the Bible, he says again and again, community is important, and being around people of like mind is important. Worshiping on the Sabbath with others of like mind is important. So because of that, I started attending a church. I attend the same church. It's online. I mean, like they've got an actual brick and mortar church, but there's a whole bunch of us that are shut-ins or cannot attend our local church for whatever reason, and we've become our church family in the church chat, and it's lovely. And it really is very helpful to me to have others who have the similar belief system. When I have questions, when I'm questioning something, I've got a community of people that I can reach out to and get help with or understandings from. So um, even though I'm not necessarily, I've seen the bad that organized religion can be. I also understand the good. And so, like I said, I attend church every Sabbath. I am there every single Sabbath because it's necessary to have people who share your similar beliefs. Um, if only so that you're on the Sabbath, you're not fighting. You're not having to prove to someone your belief system or anything. You're with people of like mind, so that's a given. You can just relax and you can appreciate and worship together um, without any of the debating. I love the debating. I love that. It makes me understand and what I believe and why I believe what I believe. So the debating is awesome. Um, but it's also really great to have a group of people who believe the same as me, that I can go to with questions, and I don't have to get them to, you know, well, if we agreed to agree that this is this, then this is how you would go about it. These people automatically, we already agree on the same things, so we can just go from there and start dealing with the whatever the question is, as opposed to setting up boundaries and stuff first. It's just easier. I do. I was on a Bible study with people from multiple different denominations. We were all Christian, but different denominations, and that was a lot of fun. And it really did help me um, shore up on why I believe what I believe. Um, so that was really cool. But I also very much appreciate the Advent Defense League because we're all of like mind. So we start on that platform and we can go from there. Um, Steve is saying, a bit behind here, but Christians celebrate Sunday instead because that is the day on which Jesus rose from the dead and the day on which the Holy Spirit came upon the apostles. Okay. Okay. Do you mean, but Catholics celebrate instead of Christians? Because not all Christians, like I was saying, like I'm Seventh-day Adventist. I'm a Christian, but I'm not. I don't go on a Sunday. I attend church on a Saturday, sundown Friday to sundown Saturday, um, following the Sabbath that Jesus himself observed. So, best way is to learn Aramaic, then translate to ancient Greek, then Latin, Northumbrian, then English, right? And that is AP. That is why I love my Strong's Concordance, and I use the eSword, the free program that D What was talking about, because it does it all for me. I don't have to learn all the ancient languages. It's done it all for me, and eSword is hugely helpful to my studies. Mine says the NASB was from 1995. I don't know what the NASB is. I'm sorry. And I'm so behind in chats. I've got to just keep going on with this thing because I'm never going to catch up. So Steve is saying catechism number 2175. So let's do this. What was it? 2175. 2175. There we go. 2175. Sunday is expressly distinguished from the Sabbath, which follows chronologically every week. For Christians, its ceremonial observance replaces that of the Sabbath. In Christ's Passover, Sunday fulfills the spiritual truth of the Jewish Sabbath and announces man's eternal rest in God. Okay. So that is the reasoning behind switching from Saturday to Sunday, is to observe the resurrection. So, or not observe but you're basically replacing the old Sabbath with the new Sabbath on Sunday because that's when he rose. Okay. Okay, yeah, I never really understood. I knew that it was changed, and I've seen the no, not that one. I want that one. I know that it was changed, but I didn't really know why they changed it. Not the new American standard. Maybe there's a new Canadian standard in y'all's weird version of English and French. Okay. New American standard. Okay. That's what the NASB was. Okay. I gotcha. I don't know if we've got a Canadian standard. I don't know. The line separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. Where is it found then? Separation of church and state. Oh, okay. I got you, Steve. Oops. No. I clicked on the wrong part. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. 154. Right there. All right. Thank you, Steve. I've clicked it and I've got the Catechism search engine open. And there. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I've got it there. I've got it bookmarked so I can go back to it later. World War III has been casually waging since world. You're not wrong. World War III has been casually going on since World War II, right? Yes, the Cold War was the same war. It just went into a different form. Neurodivergent one says, I have the rate set. I'm sorry. So whenever you say the word, no rush, by the way. I'm sorry. We're just going to keep going. I usually do 2 hours from 4 to 6, and I usually finish this one. So we'll go to 3. We'll go to the start of the next hours. It's 2:20 right now in my world. So do your own timing. We'll end at 3. So we'll go for another 40 minutes, neurodivergent, and then I'll shut it down for sure. And then I'll be done for the day. I won't start another stream up in an hour. So yeah, if you're able to for 3 o'clock for 40 minutes from now, I will end it. I promise. So we can go and read into someone. And we're not near fighting in earnest. That's right. Yeah. Not yet anyways. Well, I mean, depending on who you talk to and what news you listen to and who has the ins and wheres, World War III could have already started. Trump's playing it close to the vest, but oh, wait a minute. I think someone else gifted some memberships. Someone did. Look at that. Thank you so much, Late Night Ramblings. He gifted 5 subscriptions over on Rumble. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I've got people now. That's so cool. You guys rock. Thank you so much. So yeah, depending on who you're talking to and whatnot, World War III could have already started. They just haven't told us yet. You know, Trump likes to play things very close to the vest. and they're all, I don't know, they're all on different pages apparently, because what's her name? Noam had said that there was no concerns for nuclear, and then Trump says, "Oh, but there is," and he doesn't care what she has to say. Well, that's not very good when you're the one that put her in that position. So now it looks like either you were lying to us then or you're lying to us now. But either which way, you guys lied. So why should we believe anything you're telling us? So for all we know, America could already be, dropping bombs, and they're just not letting us in on that yet, right? Um, allegedly, well, not allegedly. This is true. I don't have to allege this thing. There's a thing I didn't know about, but apparently, when Americans are going to be sent off to war, they get fed a really great meal, a really great like steak and lobster type of meal. Um, and people in the American military have been getting these meals served to them, which is, I guess, a sign that they're going to be shipped off shortly. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening that it could have already started. We just haven't been told about it yet. Oh, okay. AP says that's a bastardization of the Supreme Court decision a while back to keep God out of school prayers. Okay. Yep. And that's what the book we're reading is about, Darth. You can prepare yourself to try to survive the collapse of society and be prepared to rebuild. Yes. And that's what the book Prepare is all about. There's tons of survivalist books and information out there. Prepare is about preparing your spiritual self for the collapse of society, and how to survive and potentially even thrive after the collapse. That I don't have it in me to give up unless I wake up and can't see, then I'm giving the hell up. Okay, so that's what's got you going. Okay. The flip side is that we shouldn't want public school teachers teaching the Bible. That's the job of the parents in the church. Okay. See, and I mean, I'm just a Canuck. I don't really actually know much about it. I assumed it was part of your constitution. Technically, it is all in my head because it's a neurological disease. Fair enough. You make a good point, Dorothy. You make a very good point. It is. Sometimes dealing with the symptoms is all we can do. Yep. Hello, Wild. How you doing? Good to see you. Neurodivergent one. Okay. Yes, I did. I said I would, and then I didn't, and then I ignored them some more. So I am just going to really quickly. Have I got the bowls? I got the bowls right there. I'm going to feed the girls. I can keep chitty chatting. You just won't see me for a couple moments. Oh, the neurodivergent one. You're saying ivermectin has been a lifesaver for me. I used to get steroid injections every 2 to 3 months. It's been over a year since my last injection. That's awesome. I was just reading, I think just yesterday, they're finding that the use of ivermectin and another similar drug has been good for shrinking cancerous tumors. So they're finding a lot of uses for ivermectin beyond what it's been used for all this time. In a way, it's almost like in calling it horse paste and saying it doesn't work and it's just like a dewormer and la la la. In doing that for their own purposes, that's forced an awful lot of other people to speak out about what it is useful for and what good it can be done. And it's being used, tested for use in a lot of other ways that it wouldn't have been tested or used for if it wasn't for all the hype it got during COVID. So, you know, it's amazing. Good happens, and it may seem like an awful thing at the time, but eventually everything happens for a reason, and you're going to find it. And maybe part of the reason for calling it, horse paste and this, that, and the other thing had to happen so that people would start talking about the good things it could do, so other people would start testing it on other illnesses. It's really kind of cool. I don't think anyone was looking at ivermectin as a potential cure for cancer prior to this. So yeah, you always got to look on the brighter side of life, and everything happens for a reason. Those are the two main mottos in my life. No matter how bad it feels in the moment, everything happens for a reason. I was married briefly. It was not a great marriage. It was not a particularly happy marriage, and a lot of shit happened. But if I hadn't gotten into that marriage, I don't think I ever would have sobered up. I never would have sobered up. I would have still, to this day, if I wasn't dead, I would still be using and abusing hard drugs and alcohol. It's so for all the fact that the bad stuff that happened in it, if I hadn't married him, I probably wouldn't be here today, because I would have never quit drugs. So, in the moment, it sure didn't feel like it happened for a reason. But looking back over the years now, I can look back and say, well, yeah, that marriage needed to happen so that we could, or at least so that I could get sober, and get me to the next part of life. So you may not see it in the moment, but eventually you'll see and understand why things had to happen the way they did. Now, there's Wild coming in. AP's wondering if stem cell therapy might help Buck's wife. It might be interesting. Okay. And D, what's saying, for the record, I'm not atheist or agnostic. I'm just not religious. Okay. So you believe there's a creator. You just don't do the whole organized thing. Cool. That works. That's how I was for the bulk of my life. I knew there was a creator, and that was about as far as I got. Hell yeah, you look fine. Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you for that. I wasn't fishing for a compliment, but I'll take it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deep dive Psalm 119. It's on the list. It's just not gotten there yet. Yeah, lately I've been having a lot of trouble concentrating. It's been my habit to read for an hour before I go to sleep each night, read the Bible for an hour. Over the last few months, I've been reading for less and less time. And then I thought, well, if I can at least read a chapter before bed, I can do that. But my concentration is just it's not there. And I was, I'm kind of been worried about that, because that's my, that's, supposed to be my one-on-one time with him each night before I go to sleep. And if I can't concentrate on it, then I'm not getting that one-on-one time with him. So my dad suggested, and I've been doing this, and it's helped a bit. I'm playing sermons So I'm falling asleep listening to sermons. So at least I'm still getting it, even if it's in my subconscious more than my conscious. At least I'm taking something in. But yeah, I got to wait until I can start focusing, because I mean, like, it's my brain is crap. I am slowly falling into oh shoot, what's that word? When I know nothing. Starts with a D. Dementia. Dementia. Yes, dementia is coming. It's a very long, slow fall, but it's coming. It's like a guaranteed for me because of the health issues I have and the history that I have, family history I have, that sort of thing. It's a guaranteed, and it's coming on, and I have I see it and I hear it and I feel it. And you guys, I'm sure you've seen it by now when I just sit there and I'm searching for a word and it should be super simple, but I can't pull it out, or I'm trying to voice a thought and I just can't get it said. Um, that's part of it. But there is also, on top of that, there's a thing called fibrofog, which is lovely because it just kind of makes like you're seeing everything through a fog, and you just can't, no matter how hard you try to grab that fact or that name or that whatever, you just can't. And it really, really affects my ability to concentrate. Thankfully, the fibro fog kind of comes and goes. It's not, you know, always awful. So I'm just patiently biding my time till I can get back and start actually reading and taking it in again at night. Um, but yeah, I fully recommend, even if you don't believe, um, there's so many good lessons in the Bible, um, life lessons in the Bible. Even if you don't believe, if you think it's all just a big fairy tale, fairy tales were put out there to teach lessons. Um, and so I would suggest trying to read, a chapter a night from the Bible. I found I had a really heck of a hard time reading the Bible. Um, I've tried too many times over my life, and I never got any further than the naming of names, and it was just too much, and I stopped, and I couldn't get anywhere else. My dad made the suggestion that I start reading the Bible by starting with Matthew and read the whole New Testament, and then go back and start at the beginning and read the Old Testament. And that made it a heck of a lot easier. um, I found it so much easier. And by the time I got to the name of the names, I had learned that I don't need to worry about the naming of the names at the moment. I don't need to have them memorized. I don't need to know who did, who begot who to whom, you know, I can just go past that point and continue on with my reading. I don't need to get hung up in the names. And that too has made life a lot easier when trying to learn and read the Bible. Oh, wild. I know nobody would mind if I took the broth, but I would mind. I would mind. My mom raised me. You don't do that. Jeez. I put I put my bra on, take the garbage out to the bin, and then I come back home and take the bra off again. You just you don't go out of the house without a bra on. It's just like you don't go out of the house with your PJ bottoms on. I have to put jeans on when I go out of the house. It doesn't matter that wearing jeans hurts. It doesn't matter that I feel every single seam and line and stitch and thread and it hurts. Doesn't matter. If I'm going out, I'm not going to be wearing my yoga pants. I have to put on real pants. It's the thing. It was ingrained in me. Yeah, I did not block him. I'm on Rumble. There you go. Yeah, so Bruce Lee was the one with the 1-inch punch. That's one hell of a punch, eh? That's pretty awesome. Ah. My family protected their reputation. We were Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing, I saw nothing, says Wild. Yeah. Yeah, for us, it's not protecting our reputation. We were at like the very bottom rung of middle class. Growing up, my parents were just barely, their nails were just barely clawed onto the very bottom rung of middle class. We did not have a whole lot. We didn't have a reputation to worry about. But we never learned how to handle bad things, how to deal with bad situations. My brother and I were taught that what you do is you pretend they didn't happen. You put them in a box, then you tie that box up really, really tight, and you throw it as far as you can into the back of your mind, and then you shut the door. And it's like it never happened. It just never happened. So you don't have to deal with it because it never happened. It's really easy in some way. Yeah, there's quite a few things that could have split the family up, but instead we just and it never happened. And it works for us. It works for us. There are topics we just don't touch on. That's fine. It works for us. I love them to bits, and I know they love me to bits too. We just, we don't necessarily agree on everything. Oh, you guys are funny. There's like, D What is on YouTube like a fig. I did not block him. I am on Rumble. And then D What, oh, okay. I was about to call Darth a fig. YouTube's for figs. Rumble's for figs. You guys, you're fun. 300 years, says Darth. 317 AD to 330 AD. Okay. So that's the formation of the Roman Catholic Church. So that's, yeah, hundreds and hundreds of years after Jesus died, after Peter died. All the apostles were long gone before the Catholic Church was formed. Blocking is for figs too. Yes. Philson Poles is back. Johnny's done. That's good. So that meant that he got there. He did get the stream started. That's good. Wherever two or more people are gathered in my name, there is my church. Book of Matthew 18, verse 6. There you go. And that's the key. That's part of what I like about the church I belong to. It's that that one spot where we all start off, we're all in agreement, we're all on the same page. So it's nice. There's no debating over a belief system before we can study together. We all started that base belief system together. And that's, I think, what God was talking about when he said you need to have community. It's easier when you can all start off at the same level. You don't have to go through the slog of trying to see where we agree, where we disagree, and then deciding where we're going to, start at. On the Sabbath, Sabbath's not the time to be debating. Sabbath is the time to be rejoicing and resting. Nice gray cat, but mine is better. Yes, I know. Yours is beautiful, Mr. Q. You've got a few gorgeous kitties, but your gray cat is gorgeous. Yeah. Mine are just, well, no, that's not true. Boo is a rag doll, but she is the product of a purebred rag doll getting out one night and coming back pregnant. So all the rest of the litter looked like the rag doll. Boo's the only one that didn't. So she's got a pedigree. She just doesn't look it. God hated version 1 so much that he flooded the whole show. Hit the great reset button pretty hard. You're right there, except for Noah. Get the boat building. Just make sure make sure the boat is fireproof. That's right, because God said he'd never do it with a flood. That's why I'm leaning. I'm more and more inclined to believe that it will be the asteroid that gets us. Because he promised no flood, but he didn't really say, exactly what. But then in Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the statue, um, the rock unhewn by human hands that smashes the feet of iron and clay. Um, that sure uh, sounds like an asteroid to me, eh? So I'm leaning towards the asteroid being the way the way he's going to do it next time. And if that's the case, the next major asteroid we need to worry about is be here in 2029. So, you know, sort shit if you need to. That being said, God also said that you'll not know the time nor the place when He returns. So the fact that I'm naming 2029 will mean almost guaranteed He will not come then, because we're not supposed to guess. Oh, Darth is saying I'm supposed to pick up reading Revelations with Cool Frog this weekend, so that should be interesting. Yeah, I'm there's a lot. There's a lot. I've been doing a another deep dive in Daniel. Um but I need to start doing some other deep instead of redoing them, I should do new ones, you know? She will see it in about 10 minutes. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm a little bit behind. But I did see it. I did see the gifted subs. Thank you. Mr. Q saying my dad's side of the family, all Catholics, my mom's side of the family, all Lutheran. When they got married, they decided to pick the easier one, and that's how I got baptized. There you go. See, and that's another thing for me. It was always on my heart. I knew that I had to quit smoking. Cigarettes was a thing that I knew I had to be dealt with, and I finally dealt with it. It's gone. I do not smoke anymore. I am a non-smoker. That means that now I've got to get off the sorry, get off the table now. Thank you. You're licking my plate for Pete's sakes. You just had food. What are you doing? Sorry. But yeah, I finally quit smoking. So that's next on my list is I need to get myself baptized. I need to find a pastor and do the baptismal studying and then do the deed and get dunked. Um, I really felt that I had to quit smoking before I could do that. And suddenly I've done it and it's like, oh well, geez. I can actually do that. I can go and be baptized. So that's really cool. Um, I never really expected myself to be able to quit the smoking. So that's why we need to timestamp comments so she knows the context. 5:14 Eastern Standard Time. Well, the nice thing, Wild, the nice thing is there are timestamps in StreamYard. So I can see on StreamYard when you posted that comment. So I did know I was behind. New American Standard Bible, NASB. Okay. And that's why Catholics observe Sunday. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have to, yeah, I'll go and do some researching in there. So the separation of church and state is the Bill of Rights, not the Constitution. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Vietnam, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, etc., etc. It's just American wars that I can think of. Yeah, there's a whole ton of that's well, that's a whole nother thing. We got 15 minutes, Lenny. Let's not get into this. Okay. I've got an idea on why Israel is deciding to do all the attacking that it's doing now. I've got an opinion. I've got a theory. It'll take way more than 15 minutes. And I've still got chats to get through. So we'll tackle that another day. Technically, the First Amendment also solidifies that they cannot pick one general religion for the entire country. And again, that's why I'm thinking the Sunday law is not going to be brought in as a law for worship. It's going to be brought in as a law for the environment. You know, climate change, guys, climate change. We've got to shut down the whole world one day a week for climate change. I can totally see them doing it. I can totally see them doing it that way and having it fly, having it work. World War III has started. It started in Ukraine, not the Middle East. Yeah. Tulsi, thank you. Yes, it was Tulsi Gabbard. It wasn't Noam, Christy Noam. I am constantly mixing those two up. I don't know why, but I'm constantly mixing Gabbard and Noam up. They always fucking lie. That's all they do is lie. I am assuming you're talking about the government, Darth. 112 major conflicts over 5 continents. I think we can call it a world war where they will in the future when they write the book. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, Israel is they're in a thing with Gaza, and then they started picking a thing with Iran, and then last night they also decided to bomb Syria just for shits and giggles. Like they're going to run out of stuff to feed the Iron Dome at some point. It doesn't matter if they're getting all their ammunitions and stuff sent to them from other. There's going to. Why are you picking a fight on all fronts? Why on earth would you pick a fight with multiple other countries all at the same time when you're not even capable of finishing off the Gaza fight, which you've been fighting for thousands of years? You know, pick one, finish it, and then pick another fight. But they're picking fights with everyone. And I've got an opinion, an idea on why they're doing it that way. But it would take forever and a day to explain it. But yeah, at the end of the day, there's more than enough major conflicts happening to consider ourselves in World War III already. Unfortunately, they're just going to wait until there's a nuke. I think that's what it's going to take. I think it's going to take someone somewhere dropping a nuke before they'll call it World War III. But I mean, if we really want to, get into the nitty gritty of it all, World War II didn't end. It just took a different form. And we've been fighting all this time. So politician is a fancy word for liar. Yes, I agree. We shouldn't want the public school teachers teaching anything. They're incompetent for the most part. Well, yeah, because they came up through the public school system too. We've got dummies teaching dummies how to be dumber so that they can touch dumber people to be even dumber. Yes, I went and dealt with the cats. They're dealt with. AP says, I'm Welsh, Irish, and Scottish. 3 groups of people that are so stubborn the English has fought wars to conquer them and has failed. I don't give up easily, even if I say I'm giving up. That's, yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad. Got to fight to the bitter end. We use it on cows and horses after twisted stomach surgery. You're talking about the ivermectin? Yeah, it's got so many uses. And like I said, if it hadn't gotten such a bad rap during the COVID, I don't think there would have been, it would have been used on as many other things. I don't think we would have realized how many other things it can help with if it weren't for the bad talk that it got during COVID. But yeah, now they're saying it helps shrink tumors. It's amazing. But no, don't use that. It's horse paste. And while Saffron lived up to her threat, she said, I'll just drop some emojis. And then she did. We've got the banana phone. We got the happy cat. Thank you. Darth. I mean, it won a Nobel Prize for treatment of malaria in Africa, if I'm not mistaken. You're not mistaken. It did. It did win a Nobel Prize. Yeah. Bee venom is also great at killing cancer cells and helping with other neurological disorders. Too bad I'm allergic. Fucking irony. Well, right? I know they've been using bee venom for quite a few things now. It's very interesting. There's a lady I cleaned house for back in the day. She had MS, and she was just starting bee venom treatment at one point. I don't know. I don't know if we stopped cleaning her house. If I think, yeah, I think that's when we started doing more commercial work because I never did get to find out or see results of the bee venom treatment. But I remember her saying that she was starting it. And I've seen I've seen some different stuff on the use of bee venom for different illnesses. Very cool. Hello, Slidey Pie. How you doing? Yeah, you deep dive Psalm 119. I'm gonna go deep dive a few cans of beer. Okay, fair enough. um Wild is asking, are you going to keep going with the stream or are you taking a break? Well, I actually this stream should have ended this stream should have ended 2 hours ago. So what I've decided to do is I'm just going to end it in another like 7 minutes. We'll end it at 3:00 my time, and I just won't do an afternoon stream today because that's basically what we've been doing. We've been talking anyways. We were reading the quotes and then discussing. And then we just kept discussing and forgot about the quotes about an hour and a half in, I think. So I'll just go for a few more minutes. I'm going to try really hard to catch up. I'm almost at the end and caught up with the chats. And then we'll shut her down. And I won't do a chatting with chat tonight. We'll just leave it for next week. Mr. Q says, Brian Science, I am with you. I drank 1.5 gallons of water today. It's time for a 6-pack of beer. Hot as balls out. Hell yeah. D was not in agreement. He says beer is terrible, liquor or water only. There you go. And Mr. Q is disagreeing. He says hot day, cold beer is great. And I agree with Mr. Q on that. Best thing after a full day out in the hot sun is a beautiful ice cold beer. It's just, nothing better. Nothing better. I mean, even warm camping beer tastes good after a day in the hot sun working. But an ice cold beer is nothing better. D what's saying, I used to study the Bible and congregate with like-minded people. I did the thing and not on the internet. Okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's why I like my church that I attend online. The like-minded people. We all start on the same foot. So at least on Sabbath, it's not, we don't have to start with a debate to see where we're going to agree. It's just nice. Right? All the way through the Bible, read all the way through the Bible twice. Of course, I had plenty of time between juvie and jail. Yeah, I know that does help, doesn't it? You got nothing else you can do. Reading tends to help kill time, eh? Oh, you've got a verdict in the Grace Shara wrongful death trial. I have not been following that trial at all. Haven't the slightest about it. Nothing at all. D what's saying I've never been arrested. Neither have I. I've had stuff confiscated from me. But I've never actually been arrested. Thank God and knock on wood. That book of Genesis, he who forgot, he who begot he thing is pretty hard. At least the Nimrod guy comes out right away, so you know who he is. Right. Yeah, I just kept getting so bogged down in the naming of the names that I wasn't getting anywhere except frustrated. So dad's suggestion to start at Matthew, go through the new, and then come back to the old really, really helped a lot. Um, it really did. There's another thing some people do where you only read the red letters. It's a study where you only read the red letters. The red letters, for those of you who don't know, the red letters is Jesus's words. Um, there, so you can see. Oh no, this finger. There's red writing in there with the black. So any red writing is Jesus speaking, and then the black is just, you know, everyone else. So there's a Bible study that I've been told about called the Red Letter Bible Study, and that's where you only read the red letters and you study on you do a deep dive on them. So it's one of the studies that I'd like to do at some point. Um, but yeah, I've got a list a mile long of different deep dives I want to do in the book. Whether I'll get to them all or not, who knows? But I am working on it. I finally read it. I can finally say I've read it. I've read it all. It's there. I did it. That took a long, long time. Um, that was another thing that I had on in my mind and in my heart that I had to do before I got baptized. So yeah, this summer is going to be a summer of change. D Watt had a profound experience about 17 or 18 years ago. It was great. That's cool. I never got a profound experience or you know that moment of God speaking to me or anything like that. I accidentally proved Jesus to myself in my deep diving into historical stuff. I accidentally proved that Jesus was real. He actually lived and breathed and walked the earth. Um, there's contemporary writings that prove that Jesus was. Um, and once I accidentally proved that Jesus was, well, then I was hooped because if Jesus was, then that means that the God of the Bible is. So I better figure out what he has to say. And it just snowballs. Digger knows if people are getting crabby or talking about depressing things, I might just break out my lame jokes. I love your lame jokes, Wild. I love those dad jokes. They're awesome. Oh, late night ramblings saying we just got our AC fixed right before we got a heat advisory here in Arkansas. You lucky. You're very lucky. Our heat bubble came and burst before I was able to get the aircon set up. I was trying really hard to not do aircon for as long as possible. But I finally had to break down and do it. And I'm glad I did. I got it in there just in time. The first heat bubble, it was a heat bubble, but it was nothing. The second heat bubble, nowhere near as much fun. And apparently we're going to be getting another one shortly. It's funny where I live, 30 degrees Celsius is the average summertime. Between 25 and 30 degrees Celsius is your average summertime. And now they're calling that a heat bubble, making it sound like it's this horrible thing. Well, no, we get it every year. It's just, now it's a scary name. That's all. Quit smoking cigarettes, but not other things. You're right, AP. I quit smoking cigarettes, but I still smoke pot. You're right. Um, I've had that conversation with God many times, and if there's something that can treat me medicinally better than the pot does, I am willing to use it. He's just got to show me. He's just got to show me. The reason I use pot as much as I do is to keep me from using opiates. I've had addiction problems in the past, and I would rather not be using fentanyl patches on the daily and swallowing God knows how much. pills and stuff and just being dumb. The pot does enough for me, and I can put up with the rest. I can live with the rest. It's better than taking prescribed opiates. And like I said, I've laid it with God. If there's something that will help me more than pot, all he's got to do is show it to me, and I will stop smoking pot like that. I just haven't found anything else. And I tried doing the edibles instead of the smoking, but edibles just don't have an effect on me. I don't know why. It was always that way. People would make pot cookies and they'd eat a cookie and be, oh, funny stoned. And I'd eat like 2 or 3. And I'm still sitting there going, well, okay, but at what point does this kick in? So edibles just don't work for me, which means that I have to smoke it. So the minute he shows me something that'll work, that I don't need to smoke, I'll quit smoking pot. I just haven't gotten it yet. Bee venom is also a cure for Lyme's disease. Okay. I didn't know that. Interesting. I need to stop smoking too, says Slidey Pie. Foom. For a person who wants to quit smoking but can't. It's an amazing, amazing product. It's expensive. Oh, I've got one of my own hairs dangling. There we go. It's expensive. Don't get me wrong. It was expensive, and it took me, I've been thinking about getting the Foom for about 3 years now. But I finally, I did it. I got the money and I invested in it. I think the starter pack got me this and got me 3 packs of flavor cartridges there. Let's not open it upside down. So the black thing that you can see in the middle there, that's the flavor cartridge. It is just a cotton cartridge, and it is soaked in essential, like essential oils, flavorings. So it's all natural. There's no electronics. You don't have to charge it or anything like that. There's no vape. You're not inhaling any vapors or anything. All you're inhaling is flavor. It's amazing. It's got this thing on the end. You can see as I turn it, it clicks in that way. The hole gets smaller, the opening gets larger or smaller. That will affect how much air can be drawn through it. So that helps to mimic a cigarette better as well. You're not inhaling anything. You're not exhaling anything. Nothing is coming into your body except the flavor. Right now, I've got another mint one in there because they last for freaking ever, the mint ones. But it's great. I would take this out because I smoke outside. So I would take this outside and stand outside and puff away on this thing instead of puffing my cigarettes. And it's gotten to the point now where I don't have to do that. I still get the urges to want a cigarette. I do. But I've got this thing here and I can just suck on it and inhale the flavor. And it totally replaced the cigarettes. There's still the urges, that stuff still happened, but this filled this part. It took care of this action. Made a huge difference. I was watching the Stanley Cup playoffs with the neighbors. They all smoke. I no longer do. I was able to hang out with them and just puff on this, and I didn't want a cigarette anymore. So if you want to quit, and if you can't afford it, because it was an investment, it definitely was an investment. But if you can afford it, get Foom, because it works like a hot damn. Wild says, it's so hot outside. The chickens are laying hard-boiled eggs. Ba-dum-dum-ting. And on that note, thank you, D-Watt. I wish you well, Digger, on your journey. Thank you. Stop the Celsius talk. Speak American. I'm going to have to soon. Allegedly, depending on, we'll see how things go. Yeah. But someone's moving somewhere, and more likely than not, it's going to be me moving there because I have no children. So, But on that note, I am going to quit. I've been yakking for 4 hours straight. This has been beautiful. I love hanging out with you guys and discussing all the stuff. Um, it's a lot of fun. I always enjoy it, and I always learn stuff from you. Neurodivergent one, if you've got someone to dump into for Rumble, I'd say go ahead and do it. And then, yeah, the rest of you guys, I'm not going to be going live in an hour. This is it for today. So enjoy your afternoon. I will probably be on with Johnny tomorrow, probably because my house is fairly clean, so I don't have to do a lot of preparation for Sabbath. Neurodivergent one is asking the kids on Rumble, do you want the duck stream or do you want to go see Robert Gouveia? Your choice. So we'll wait a couple seconds. If no one responds, then Neuro, you make the choice. I would say no, you make the choice. They both sound fun. I really like Robert's work. I've followed his stuff for a while. And the duck stream sounds like a lot of fun too. And they don't care. All right, so you choose neurodivergent one, and thank you so much. Everyone over on YouTube, I can't raid yet, so I won't raid from this side. You want to have a wonderful evening. Have fun. Enjoy your weekend. I probably see you tomorrow on Johnny's. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday morning. All right. Bye.
Topics change from day to day. Science, art, or history's play. No path to choice, no trail too thin. She dives right in where to begin. Nothing's too obscure. She'll dig and dig a spirit so pure. From ancient lore to future dreams, every question finds its gleam. Wherever she goes, answers will follow. Into the depths or up high in the hollow. Curiosity calls. She's ready to find solutions to everything on her mind.